don't know what I test, test, test. Some more.
Over to the Scope and drum group for 2 songs. Thank you, Deputy Member. Before we get into the logistics of the General Assembly and also the rules of order, I want to actually get Chief George Cote open up the day with some words of encouragement, and also do his opening remarks. So, Chief George Cote, before I do the logistics, I'll let you come up. Okay. Okay, you want me to go and do logistics? Okay. Okay, so we'll go to logistics first here. Just rules of order here. We encourage you to, if you have any questions, there's going to be a question period at the end of the presentations. We encourage you to ask questions that are pertinent to the program, the subject matter. We hope there's no outbursts or anything like that. But we want to have a respectful day here today. And again, I appreciate if you hold your question to the question period at the end of the day, or the question period comes, all right? So, with that, our General Assembly looks as such. Essentially, it's a three-item agenda. We're going to switch it up a bit because we had number one. We're going to do portfolio updates. Each portfolio holder, along with the executive staff member, will assist where required. Number two, we're going to go through the Election Act, and also the Constitution reading. We have a consultant with us, Don Ross from George Gordon First Nation, who will be leading those areas. So with that, again, people online, if you have any questions, please send them to I believe, JC, what is it?
The live stream.
The live stream, and JC and Steve will put the questions forward to the person they want to address. So with that, I want to thank the elder for the prayer. It's very important for prayer, and also the wonderful songs that Scopen has sang. I want to thank all the membership that are online for attending. Also, a membership here today that are joining us, as well as my staff that are here, as well as security that are here, and all the portfolio holder counselors that are here as well. All right, so with that, I want everybody to have a good day. And with that, I want to bring up Chief George Cote for his opening remarks and also his presentation. Thank you.
Anijo, Gabe, Chechi, Midam George Cote, Vishnakash, Cote First Nation. I'd like to thank the elder for the prayer to start off this meeting. And thank you to Robert and his boys, the drum group, for the wonderful songs that we just heard. I'd like to acknowledge the elders in the band hall, and also our council, our staff, and our membership. I'd like to acknowledge those that are online as well, and we thank you guys for joining our band assembly here. I know that it's been a difficult couple years, going through this COVID. We had plans of meeting with each and every one of you. And with all the losses that we had, some of our meetings have been postponed, and it was kind of difficult to get together. But we've been posting a lot of our information on our Cote First Nation website. We just give you guys updates in regards to what's been happening. And we appreciate the work of our staff for doing that. Like I said, we lost a lot of our elders last year, and we were so thankful for having at the table, giving us guidance, in the things that we do for Cote First Nation. We've come a long way in the last 2.5 years. As council, as you'll hear the reports today, how much work that we have done, and the successes that we had coming together, through trial and error, and a lot of obstacles that we had to get through to be where we are today. We thank our Director of Operations with their staff as well to make this all possible. I just wanted to give an update on our land claims. You know that we're presently in the state of negotiations. We have the 1903 railway claim, which is about 44.5 acres. And then we have the 1904 station ground and town site surrender. The station ground is about 30.06 acres, and the town site surrender is 241.94 acres. And then we have the Cote Road allowance, which is about 626 acres. Like I said, we're presently in the process of negotiations. Our negotiating team is myself, Chief George Cote, Elder Reggie Subright, Councillor Jared Stevenson, Councillor Darrell Langan, Councillor Vincent Cadot, Councillor Robert Subright. But we also have all the other councils sitting around the table. But these were the individuals that were chosen to speak on behalf of the leadership and also on behalf of the membership of Cote First Nation. There's one other claim, which was misadministration of funds, which was rejected. But we are going to be going ahead with it, probably with the tribunal or litigation with the lawyer. This was a recommendation by Laura's Law Office. Negotiations are based on the compensation for loss of use, compensation for mineral rights, compensation for maintaining the roads. We don't have a dollar figure at this time because that's part of the negotiations, which Canada will come forward first with a number. And then we, as Cote First Nation, will negotiate to see if that's a number that the Cote First Nation would want to settle on. So we will be meeting again with our membership in regards to some of the numbers that are being brought forward by Canada. But we want to ensure that we get the compensation to the max, because we know the way Canada is, the way CAMSAC looks and how they prospered, that could have been Cote First Nation, reaping the benefits that they've been reaping all these years. So, we have another claim, the veterans claim. We know we just started that. We know that the veterans were not treated properly from Canada. Our Cote First Nation veterans, they were given land that was already belonged to Cote, and they did not get their own land. So we will be negotiating that, and it just started, so that might be a little process, timely process that will be in the future. And also with the Brayman Law Office, we're going with the agricultural claim, and this is just a year old, so we're just starting that, and they're gathering the historical data, and they're going to be coming to Cote to do some elder interviews, the elders in regards to the agricultural area that was part of the treaties that we were never given the opportunity to farm our own land. We did farm our own land at one time, but this was something before that we should have been given at the time. So we've been posting this information on the website, like I said, to keep you updated. I know we had a harsh winter. Public Works did an amazing job. It was cold weather. We had machinery breakdowns, and these guys put in long hours, just to ensure that the roads are open, and not only the roads, but also their own work. And I know it's going to be a busy summer. We'll probably hear an update here from Public Works in regards to what's going on this summer. In the spirit of finding the children's graves, I know Robert will an update on this, with the Crowstead Industrial Residential School. I'll just leave it at that, and he can explain what's going on in that area. The community planning, which was based on the surveys that was done by Arlene and Robbie a few years back, is continuing to move forward. I think there's a checklist that might be presented by Arlene to see what was done and what has to be done yet. So we really appreciate the input that the Cote First Nation membership has given the leadership to follow. You know, all this that's going on right now. You know, it's not leadership that are putting these things in place. It's what you guys did through that survey. You know, so we're just following what you implemented. Lots of work was done by the staff, you know, as you'll hear in the updates. And in recognition of International Women's Day, I acknowledge all our grandmothers, our mothers, and our young ladies, you know, of Cote First Nation. You know, you guys make a big impact. And on that note, you know, we have Bridget Laquette, you know, that was the first Nation that played for Team Canada in the Olympics. And we also have Ella Kolak, you know, that, you know, she got recognition for the Ribbon Skirt Day, which was January 4th, which is recognized as January 4th, 2022. And there's going to be a bill that's going to be passed at the Senate and the federal government. And I'm meeting on Monday, March 21st, by Zoom to make it official. So I really appreciate what this young lady has done for not only for Cote First Nation, but for all Indigenous ladies right across the world. You know, she made international awareness to the systematic racism that our children face in the school system and also in the recreational areas. You know, so you know, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, you know, we are working with the Good Spirit School Division that Delvina will be talking about. You know, we also have a lot of young men, John Langan, that's with the city police. We also have another lady that's J.C. Steele, which is a lawyer. You know, she's from Cote First Nation. You know, there's a lot of people that are taking advantage of the educational dollars that we're putting out there. You know, and more of our kids are graduating, and more of them are getting into careers. You know, and there's nurses and doctors, and lawyers, you know, and even some in the trades. You know, carpenters. And we also have a pilot from the Tisha Moore. She's a certified pilot. You know, I used to be a bush pilot. My dad used to cut wood and I'd pilot. Yeah, and there's some there was a suggestion too that, you know, all these young people that, you know, that are successful in whatever category they're in, that we make posters and post them in the schools so we can encourage our students to move forward in their education so that they can become just as successful as them. And there's going to be a youth conference in Saskatoon in April. You know, our youth are making an impact. So we're going to be sending some of our youth from the school and, you know, maybe even some of the youth from the Kamsack School Division that we can, you know, send them up to Saskatoon. And Vice Chief Ali Bear is going to be one of the speakers, our young lady that just got elected. You know, she's very inspirational as well. You know, she's part of the Cote First Nation. She's from the Badger clan. You know, and she has ties touch the Cote First Nation, and she's really proud of being from Cote First Nation as well. The treaty education lines, you know, we talking about that. You know, there's 4 chiefs, myself, chief of President Rump, chief of Coacatos, and the chief of White Bear. You know, we're in the process of having a nation-to-nation agreement with the federal government. And we've been doing it for 4.5 years, and we finally got to a point where we're going to sign a memorandum of understanding. So we want to do this signing on Treaty 4 territory with Mr. Mark Miller, not Miracle. And this could be done at the Treaty 4 grounds down at Fort Capel with the 4 First Nations. So that's exciting, you know, like how we want to ensure that you know, the funding that we get for education is, that we will speak about, is going to be a fair, equitable amount so that we can be in competition with the provincial standards. And not only that, but also to do a curriculum based on our traditions and our language and culture, which is something that the elders are really talking about. And we thank Lambert, Cote, and Stella Valley for being on the board for the Treaty Education Alliance, that they bring their expertise there as well to do some planning in regards to the curriculum that's going to be done. And also we have, there was a recent announcement for the children, which is a $40 million announcement paid over 5 years. And this is AIP, Agreement in Principle. It takes effect April 1st, 2020, close Jordan's Principle. And that could work out to, maybe $2,500 per child on the reserve. We don't know what the process is for officer. This is something that, we can really enhance the services for our children in our community, in different areas, because we know that they've been going through a lot. There's a lot of mental health issues. There's a lot of challenges that we experience, that our children are facing, in regards to trying to get that sense of hope and a sense of belonging, to ensure that their well-being is taken care of. Our end goal is to have a healthy community with the next generation of children to be healthy, not to fall into the cracks, not to fall into addictions, not to fall into lifestyles that hinder their growth. So we're really doing a lot of work on that. And I really appreciate all the work that the education portfolio is doing with this, along with the schools. And we're part of the acute care hospital that's going to be built in Keys Coast. We're in partnership with Keys Coast First Nation and Key First Nation and ourselves. And that may be our own health. We may have our own health authority, which is something that SPA is part of, as the forerunner. And hopefully we can have the tender done this before June, that we can start beginning to build this hospital, because our people have been misdiagnosed, and also a lot of racism in the hospitals that we go to, and we want to ensure that the healthcare that we get for our people are top notch, and to hire our own people that maybe that are in the medical field. So this is something that it's been a goal for the last 7 years. And finally, we come to an agreement where we can finally move forward, and the plans are in place already, and we are going to get the Colombo or Pet Tuesdays to come and do a presentation probably in April to the community, just to let you know what kind of hospital it is and what's going to be provided there, what kind of services. We want to go with traditional healing and Western medicines as well, and to have our Anishinaabe people there, to do some counseling to the people that need mental health awareness, that they're struggling with their addictions, because there's all kinds of addictions, even the health, And Pseudo Wellness Healing Treatment Center too, it's been doing great. We've been accepting more and more of our own people in this area, to go through the program, and we still want to look through other areas, and Sal will be touching on that in the health portfolio report. We had a busy summer. We are going to have a busy summer. We're going to be doing some community infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of employment opportunities, and Delvino will be talking about that as well, from training, housing. We're just focusing on our youth right now, the future of our youth. There's also going to be some treaty awareness training that's going to be held in Yorkton on March 28th to the 30th at the Yorkton Gallagher Center. And this is going to be provided by the Office of the Treaty Commission. And we encourage you guys to attend if you can. It starts 9 o'clock every morning to 4 o'clock, and it'll give you an educational background of how the treaty started, where the treaties are today, and what's involved in the treaty. That's March 28th and 30th in Yorkton at the Gallagher Center. And economic development, with with the land claims that we're negotiating now, we're looking ahead and we want to get into economic development so that we can eventually be self-sufficient. I'll let Pam talk about that. She's on the economic development portfolio. And also we're part of ANTA, the Anishinaabe Nations Treaty Alliance. And there's a lot of things in there that, that's affecting our community. And one of them is the trespassing law. We really don't understand the dynamics of the trespassing law, how it's going to affect Cote First Nation, because we have such a good relationship with local farmers here. And if that trespassing law is going to be in effect, we can't go on their property and they can't come on our property. It could get, very controversial, I guess you could say. So we are going to be preparing a presentation on that too from the province to come to Cote, along with the other Anishinaabe nations, to talk about that trespassing law, and also how it's affecting our treaty right to hunt, fish, gather, trapping. I know some people in the community, even in our community, have been charged because of carrying a gun or without a FAC license. There's so many barriers nowadays, that restricts us to practice our treaty rights. So we want to ensure that, that what we present at the table, doesn't affect our treaty rights. And that's why it's very important that, the Constitution that we are going to be speaking about, we can implement our own laws, our natural laws, the creator laws, all the laws that the elders have been speaking about, we talked about in the ceremonies, things like that, that we can ensure that we have a Constitution that's going to be strong, where we actually, make our own laws and practice our own treaty rights, and without any provincial laws overriding our treaty laws, and that's something that has been going on these days. But those are my opening comments. I really appreciate the council, and the staff, for all the hard work that we've been doing for the last couple of years. It's going to be such a busy summer. You're going to see a lot of stuff going on, and it takes hard work. It took a long time to get to the financial position that we are, to ensure that we're utilizing our trust dollars to the max, so that our community can see the benefits of where their money is going. And we thank you for the trust amendments that were passed by the membership that make this possible. And I'm sure that the things that we're doing and the things that you're going to be hearing from the portfolio councilors is something that you guys are going to be very, very proud to know that Cote First Nation is moving forward step by step. And we thank the Creator for all the things that He's been blessing us with. I thank the elders and the church groups, for praying for our community, praying for our people, because we went through a lot in the last 2.5 years. And we lost a lot of loved ones. We didn't have a chance to grieve. We never had a chance to be comforted. And it just seems like it's a never-ending thing. But one day it's all going to end. We always pray for peace. Ukraine and Russia. You see all that's going on there. I was watching the news there, and I see them digging trenches, just throwing bodies in there. These people aren't getting the proper respect for the burials that they should be getting. And that's how the world is right now. That's why it's so important that us as a community, we support one another. In the midst of our differences, at the end of the day, we should be thankful for one another. We're thankful for like I said, we're thankful for the elders and the ceremonies, for the prayers that are being said. The Creator, has us in the palm of His hand. I just wanted to share that, just to let you know that, prayer is powerful. And I really appreciate you guys that are here, and I really appreciate the people that are online as well, and I'm sure that there will be some questions. And with that, I'm just going to hand it over to Darcy, and we'll get into the portfolio presentations now. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Chief. opening remarks in your update. So with that in mind, we're going to move along through the portfolio holder. I want to open up the Daryl Lang to come do his presentation with the housing. And Daryl will have Byron along with him to support as well for any questions, not questions, but to help Daryl. Again, all questions will be answered at the question period after the presentations are done.
Good morning. Thank you, Darcy. Jimmy Gage, Magi, Marama. Giving good morning, Magi. I want to thank you all for coming this morning. My name is Daryl Langen. I hold the housing portfolio for our First Nation. We had some changes in our housing where we now have a public works department. And public works, we work with what used to be known as capital, and capital and housing are now under the public works department. I'll just read over some notes that we have here. It's been a long winter, and we know that we have struggled with snow removal, looking after our membership and looking after our working people that need to get to their jobs. But when it's cold, stuff break. And with that also fell into housing where we really had a hard time with our solar truck freezing up, getting services to our people, along with the roads always being blown. But we had some major projects that are coming up this year. One of the projects that we have coming up right now is the decommissioning of the garbage dump. You notice that it's stopped now, and we're no longer dumping there. The construction of a new transfer station where we'll be taking our garbage to and sorting, and then the removal of the contamination of the old fence post site, where the basketball courts are. That's going to be starting this spring, and that's all that contaminated soil is going to be trucked out and new fill trucked in. The site development also of the old food plant, once the contaminated soil has been removed. We have our service agreements, fire department, we have volunteers, our first responders, training coming up. For housing, it's the band council resolution for illegal activities that are happening within our homes in our nation. And it's really sad to say, we're losing a lot of young people, and this is due to their choice. And not only that, but the illegal activities we're talking about is drugs and methadone and whatever that jib. That really hurts. It really hurts a lot of people. It just doesn't affect the one person. It affects the whole nation as a whole. And the family unit. They have major losses, and it seems that we don't even have time to grieve. We're taking one in and we're taking one out and we're bringing another one in. And this is by the hands of our own membership that are, we're losing young people that shouldn't be leaving like that, leaving behind a lot of sorrow, a lot of broken hearts and broken homes. I believe that's part of the reason why our housing is in the state that it's in, because a lot of people are hurt. It's hard to love when you're hurt. We hope with this report to provide insight into the activities of public works, as housing falls under the public works department now. Chief and council have chosen to provide own source revenue from the drawdown to assist in the renovation of vacant units as the construction is winding down for another fiscal year. There's still a number of units scattered throughout the community. We hope all vacant units will eventually be renovated and occupied. Our portfolios for Public Works has 2 chairs. One is myself, the other is Reynolds Guy Cote for what was called capital. The funding that we received from 2021 to 2022 fiscal years, our former Expo site, which is a funded project, our transfer station, our garbage dump, another funded project. We have a 2-bay garage that we're going to be looking at storing our garbage truck and our fire truck to keep them from freezing due to the cold weather. The decommissioning of Site 3 of our garbage dump, our water treatment repairs. Some of you may not have known, but a few years ago, lightning struck that building down at the river and it burnt down and we did not even know. And since then, ISC has replaced that building. It's been rebuilt. Everything's been rebuilt down at the river. We have water treatment repairs, as I said. A new fire hall, which has been approved. Road repairs, which will be moving forward and are approved. We have school repairs that are approved. And we have an expansion also to our lagoon. We need a 3rd cell where we're reaching capacity on our 2 cells. So we put in an application for an additional 3rd cell. And along with that, we're running out of service lots. We're currently waiting on a program, not a program, but what we were talking about was we have an application in for 18 units with that being said, the 18 units are going to put us at a limited capacity on our lagoon and also on our service sites. We're only going to have 3 more sites left available if we're successful with this application for a co-investment. It's called National Housing Strategy. We're waiting on approval on 18 4-bedroom units that we can bring in. We have the application in already. CMHC was quite enthused with our application. They did forward us an amount on that. We addressed that. That was to be addressed for our renovations. We have band housing, the Indigenous services. That's the immediate needs, which ISC contributes to the band. They have entered into a 3-year commitment to our First Nation, providing us with $449,088, which they've committed yearly. So that's over 3 years. So that'll be like a little over 1.2 million over 3 years, which is committed to the band. We have the co-investment. That's the National Housing Strategy, which we have our application for 18 4-bedroom units. Band housing. These are the houses that come off mortgage and are owned by the band. It's been a financial strain on our First Nation. We have a total of 169 band units with limited revenue coming in to offset the expenses annually. We hope to establish a user maintenance fee. We'll have to wait and see what program is currently being developed by ISC and the universal rental regime. Annual expenditures are around 600 to 700,000 a year, and rental revenue is 40,000. So if we do the math, the band is funding band units for little over $500,000 on our band units. CMHC, Section 95, we have a commitment from CMHC on a dollar figure, and the dollar figure that they give us is specifically only for CMHC units. The last 2 years, we had a commitment from Chief and Council and for our membership in regards to home ownership and home ownership assistance and the renovation assistance. We have a total of 65 band members in the urban centers that own houses that we provided renovation assistance to in the amount of $5,000. We have 4 new homeowners that we assisted last year, Chief and Council, in the amount of $10,000 each, for a total of 69. We have 69 homeowners out in the urban centers that own their own homes. For 2021-22, the renovation vacant units, a total of 18 units that we've renovated so far, for an amount of $899,750. And we have another renovation vacant units for 2021 and 2022. Total amount of units we'll be addressing is 15 for an amount of $825,830. The existing housing procedures, I ask our membership to please, when you make application to housing, we can only hold on to your application for a year, so you will need to reapply every year. We've also been having some problems with a few of our units being vacated and not notifying houses where we've had the basements flooding. That's a major expense. Once a basement floods, you're looking at replacing the furnace, the water heater. If there's rows down there, then that all has to come out. That's a major cost. So I'm asking our membership, any online, please get in contact with housing to let us know that you're not going to be at that unit, or if you are vacating that unit, to let us know. And if you're leaving for an extended time, a week to 2 weeks, please let us know, and we can have that unit monitored and check to make sure that we don't come across these problems. We have the real monitor money along with the fire on that. And we also have this BCR, Band Council resolution for illegal activities. I'd like to let our membership know that whereas Cote First Nation is a sovereign and autonomous nation and governs themselves within their community and territories accordingly, whereas Cote First Nation has sworn a duty to make every effort to provide a safe and drug-free environment for their members and community. Whereas Cote First Nation has had many negative drug and gang activities on lands. Whereas the use, selling, and manufacturing of illegal drugs on Cote First Nation has had and continues to have damaging impacts on Cote First Nation members, families, and the community. And whereas Cote First Nation are desirous of a concentrated effort to create strategies to eradicate the growing drug and gang problem. And whereas Cote First Nation members are considered landlords of their member housing in their respective First Nation, and effective immediately, anyone is caught or suspected of selling any kind of drugs such as cocaine, crystal meth, pills, marijuana, etc., will be evicted from that Cote First Nation band house, and the utilities will be turned off without warning. Therefore, be resolved, the Chief and Council of Cote First Nation accept and ratify the following band council resolution. I have a copy of the band council resolution. Some of the signatures I cannot read, I cannot make out, so if you want to see the VCR, we have an attached VCR. Why would you like to?
You're an document to us, I. So they make a gizmo, we got gizmo, Reggie, thank you for your prayer. Same thing, Reggie, I get a gum one. When they've been a knocked on a gizmo. I left my community back in 1989. I went out there. I was asked to come back to my community to assist with the housing department. And I really want to commend Chief and Council for the commitment that he had made towards housing these past 3 years. I don't know if you guys were aware, but I think housing was in a state of ministerial loan guarantee just about being called. Loan payments weren't being made. The condition of some of our houses were in dire conditions. That's why I state that I have to commend our Chief and Council. They made a commitment to utilize the interest earned on the drawdown of the funds that are held in trust. 2 years they gave housing, $1 million each year. As you kind of look through the report and as what my brother had presented, where those funds had went. Initially, when I come and looked at the state of our housing on the band, we had in excess of 40 vacant units. Some of those units had sat for years, vacant, unoccupied. So the band had committed $1 million per year. And we were able to, and we're still in a process of wrapping up some of those vacant units. I have to admit, COVID had really played a part in what that we're doing in construction. The guys that are working to renovate these homes, it played a huge part on supplies and materials. I didn't think it was going to affect us that much, but it has, where we're still waiting for supplies. At times it takes anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to get a furnace. That's how long it's taking. That's why you still see some of those units that have started, let's say the renovations, and are still sitting unoccupied. But we hope, as we kind of go through, I guess, some of these supplies that are kind of coming in, trickling in, that will eventually have families move in there. It's been kind of a trying time, I think, for Chief and Council. I too also as the Director of Public Works. I know, like, we kind of get hit from all angles. Housing. As my brother mentioned, I think for what the band had, what leadership had contributed, we're seeing some of those results coming in from the federal department, from CMHC. I want to see some additional dollars coming into the new fiscal year, just for Section 95 units. They're going to be contributing $1 million to those Section 95 units to address any replacement cost items. The only thing I have to do, or we have to do as leadership, is to identify which units are going to be under that $1 million. We kind of went through, I guess, some of the funding that we had received. As you looked at those four houses that I mentioned, or some of our vacancies, those 4 units that are in Badgerville had sat vacant for years. And if you look at those units have solar panels. Eventually, I think the whole band is going to go towards smart meters. So you'll be receiving something from the Public Works Department that I need your consent as a tenant to have SAS Power go in there to change those meters. I think the band is going that route that we're going to some sort of, I guess, efficiencies, whether it's solar. I think we've already done solar. We have a tiny home that has solar. We have these 4 additional homes that are going to go solar. We've also looked at some of our public buildings going into solar panels. I have to commend our Public Works Department with this cool weather. It's been a long, cool winter. I haven't seen snow like this in such a long time. I remember as a kid in my early life that I was playing on top of trees. That's how much snow we had at one time. So it's a lot of snow. So I want to maybe ask for your patience. I know you heard it from the chief, you heard it from the council member Darrell. And when it gets cold, our machine at times breaks or at times cannot operate. We have a little over 50 kilometers of highway on our community. Highways, approaches. So keep that in mind. As soon as snow falls, don't expect them to be at your yard that very hour. I think what we've been trying to do is to ensure at least that the major arteries within our community is open. So I asked that way, and there's some of the stuff that has been kind of going on. I think Darrell had kind of mentioned that I guess on some of our funding, he mentioned I guess the off-reserve membership assistance program for on-reserve and off-reserve members. He mentioned that we have 69 off-reserve members that had applied for the funding last year. Leadership again is looking at it into the new fiscal year. As we're approaching into a new fiscal year, they're looking at contributing $150,000 again for next fiscal year for any officer or any members to tap into first-time homeowners for $10,000 or current officer home members for $5,000. So keep that in mind. Keep checking the website. We're kind of hoping that these funds will roll out in late April or early March. I think on some of our housing, I think our membership, I think you guys have to take some responsibility. As it was kind of mentioned as part of our budget, in particular, I think band housing. The band has been picking up a lot of those costs. As you had noticed, they're anywhere from 600 to 700,000 as of January 31st. That's how much funds that the band has been contributing. Or we get the income for, I guess, 40,000. Those are actual numbers. I think as part of our audit, as part of the financial report that's going to be done by the finance lead, Don Marchand, you guys are going to see that. I think at some point, we're going to have to come up with something that's going to offset, I guess, the expenses. And that's where I think that at one point we are looking at that universal renter regime, but this had canceled that program, and we are just waiting for what is going to be announced to replace that universal rental regime. So eventually, I think all units, at least I hope that all units, there's going to be some sort of a maintenance fee or a user fee charged. So keep that in mind. I know that some of you have been waiting a long, long time to get your houses renovated. In a long, long time, there's no rent that was collected. A long, long time, our subsidies were suspended. A long, long time, there's no funds that were going into housing. I ask for your patience. I think with leadership on how that he had committed $1 million per year. And we had a plan in place, I think that was reported. We are looking at a 5 to 7 year capital plan to address all our band units. But we need those funds. We need those funds to ensure that all our band units are brought up to a livable state, a good state. What's coming up in June to also, we have to ensure that all our band units they have a smoke detector along with the carbon monoxide detector. They have to be wired. So we will be going out to each of these homes to ensure that we have those two in those homes. So again, I want to commend leadership. I want to thank them for the commitment that they have made towards housing. We have lots of our members that are employed. I was kind of a little nervous that we wouldn't have the skilled carpenters to do the work that we required in housing. As you take a look throughout some of these units that were renovated, take a look at them. You're more than welcome anytime to go walk through those houses that are currently being renovated. I have to really thank our membership, our skilled laborers that do that work for us. The plumbers that we have, the only thing currently we do not have is an electrician. That's how far and wide that we have reached out to our people. And you heard George, our chief, talk this morning about the amount of skilled people that we have in our community. That's what that we're kind of hoping to draw, to bring them home. Eventually, we are going to do our own stick building. We are going to build our own homes. Like without, I think, relying on RTMs or somebody to build our homes for us. I think that's the vision that this leadership has. They want to employ our people. And he mentioned there's lots of work coming. There's lots of work in capital in all these projects that were mentioned. There's going to be lots of work for our people. So with that, I want to give it an optimism. Kagis minne. Mano get mga against na michis na. We are going to do tamang way minugi. We wakai ganana. That's the most important thing. A home. I ask you, look after your home. Don't depend on a band all the time. You know, I get some odd requests, really odd, to come and change the filter. Don't give me a trap so I can catch the mice that are in my home. Housing did not bring bed bugs into your home. Housing did not bring cockroaches into your home. Yet you guys blame us. That's a request. Even now we see, as part of what that we're trying to do, to fumigate some of our homes. We have some members, some tenants that totally refuse. They don't want to have their homes fumigated. I ask that you help us. Help leadership. Reach us now. Reach now. Help us. You know, they think he's minman, they're not minman. I think we heard it that. I'll take questions after. If there's anything that you need or want, again, bigger he's minman, they're not minman. Erase.
Thank you, Byron. You know, and I can only reinforce what Byron said, you know, taking care of our homes and so forth. But I think 1 month ago, Byron gave a powerful message to our chief and council table. You know, it really hit home, actually made me emotional when he said, you know, he kind of hit some of those items today in his presentation, but I just wish I could have recorded that presentation that he said, you know, it brought tears to my eyes, and, you know, I really am thankful that, one thing Byron forgot to mention, that for the last 2 fiscal years, we had a zero balance for receivables and any bills paid. So we haven't had that in, gosh, 30 years. So thank you for that. A zero balance. You know, and this took collaboration from Byron coming helping us out, as well as Don Morshon, he's online. I don't know if you can see me, but and also this chief and council. This chief and council decided, you know what, it's time we work together. This division doesn't work. It didn't work. You know, and now they're working together. When I first came to Cote First Nation, we couldn't even buy 1,000 liters of fuel at our store without a certified check. We couldn't go to a center for Greater Blades in Regina without a certified check. Today, our credit rating's at a +10, I believe what it is in the scale. We are given opportunity to finance. We're financing equipment, and we're trading them in as hours go by. We couldn't do that before. Because why? Because this administration, also our executive staff, we said, let's pay the bills. Let's pay the bills. Let's cut our travel. Let's cut band member assistance. Let's cut unnecessary funding. Let's cut that nonsense out. Let's pay bills. And you know what? And we've done it. And we've done it. And it took a collaboration of all these council here working together, as well as our staff. I want to thank you. Like I said in the last presentation, on the Christmas tour, if I can have the same council with me for the next 10 years, I'd be happy as ever, because we would go places with this council. That's all I got to say about that. But Martin mentioned the $2 million. That wasn't a drawdown. That was a rate increase that we voted on. You know, so we said we'd commit that money, and we are doing that. Just like that's what we're doing. So with that, before I get more emotional here, because I'm happy with what we're doing, I want to bring up our health portfolio holder, Alvin Cote.
Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to thank the elder for the prayers, thank the drum group for their song, thank everyone for attending here this morning in person and online. It used to be a time where I could do stuff off the top of my head, but since I got COVID twice, you know, my mind hasn't been working properly and I can't remember stuff sometimes, but it doesn't mean I still can't do my job, you know what I mean? So I'm going to do a health update, and I have some other little updates here, just some stuff that was happening over these past 2 years. You know, our health director gave me a summary, and I'm just gonna add the things as I go along here. Cote Health has been open throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and has put in many overtime hours to ensure that those who are deemed positive were looked after. With the province of Saskatchewan guidelines, there are new rules being implemented such as lesser time for isolation, not having to produce vaccination cards, and not having to wear masks. Cote First Nation has the stance that we will continue to wear masks in our public buildings, sanitize and social distance, as we need to keep our children safe. A large number of younger age groups are not yet vaccinated. COVID is not over yet. We're close to reaching the goal of 85% of vaccinated persons for COVID. For Cote First Nation, we will be distributing the incentives once we have verification from the nurses that we have reached this point. We will continue to offer vaccination clinics, child health clinics, and we encourage the parents to make sure the children are up to date with their vaccinations and to bring them in as soon as possible. I'd like to thank our health nurses, our community health nurses, for being with us through this pandemic and sticking with us. I know there's a few times that our nurses have got their heads knocked because they're calling people, telling them they have to isolate. I know I did that to the nurse myself. You know, it's frustrating when you first test positive for COVID when it first started. It was a scary thing, you know, when in times you don't know where you got it from, and then you're blaming and pointing When you first got it, you were ashamed for being sick. I know I was shamed, people were shaming me. Vince was being shamed for, someone called the cops on him when he was trying to cruise around after he was cleared, But now that, we're further into it now, it's, you don't have to feel ashamed to have COVID. Just tell people you have COVID. Don't feel ashamed for getting sick. I caught it twice already. I just recently, last month, I was just got over my second round of COVID. And the health staff too as well that worked right through it, where, we distributed food right from day one from the pandemic, and it's like 2 years ago today that stuff we're starting to shut down and we're going into lockdowns and our security for lockdowns, and doing all the lockdowns, the gates, that was frustrating, and times there was people that wanted it, people didn't want it, and, those are difficult tasks to try to restrict movement, and try to keep people home and safe, and same time security, and our volunteer security workers that work the gates, they used to get sworn at, yelled at, threatened, even times people drive right through and, risking running them over, but they still work and stayed there, and they work hard, and they help keep their community safe. We recently have our pandemic coordinator, Joanne Bryant, who has been working hard. They've been working hard through the holidays too, as well, when the pandemic is still going on. People having cases, taking them supplies, cleaning supplies, etc. And if they call her, she'll assist. Also, Darlene and Mona too, that were also helping her out when they're delivering food and stuff like that. So I'd like to thank those ladies and all of our health staff for keeping people safe, and also our community members for assisting each other as well to keep each other safe. Carry on here. Prenatal clients are asked to sign up well before their due date. We ask this as it is very important for the mother to have prenatal visits, and if this has not been done, nurses help make arrangements for that first visit. A healthy mother, healthy child. Cote Health will start putting on workshops, but they may possibly be limited in the number of attendants. Posters and posting notices on the website are our form of communicating with the community. Wings of Hope, that's the outreach center and campsite, are slowly opening up all services, and they can hold various workshops daily. Incentive programs are used to get daily attendance for the workshops, and thus far they have been working. A daily nutrition program is offered, and the manager must deal with the implications of COVID-19 and what it has done to mental health of the people and the rise in addictions. People are scared to interact, fearful of COVID, and many have suffered from having to isolate. Wings of Hope is still functioning. They're starting to open their doors more, and there are more people in, and having regular programming as we go along. There was a time they're starting to get rolling and getting people help that they need and services that they need, and the people there are working very hard to have the programming and help our people that are battling addictions on a daily basis. The Cote Youth Center has closed a few times too due to positive cases, but for the most part, they have been providing services to the children of Cote. We're working on getting a new for Cote, and we'll be submitting a proposal shortly. And we just started looking into that last week. Possibly it will be a daycare and Head Start with the youth center in one building. We're trying to secure funding. We're doing the application process right now. So that's a long-term goal. So that's something we hope, keep fingers crossed, that can happen. Our youth center has been, they've been really trying to provide services through the whole pandemic. With being shut and our kids, staying at home, serving lunches, giving out lunches. They do the Christmas gift program. That's a big program that happens for our community, our kids in the community. They're starting to hit the road again to go to places like they used to. They're starting to get back into the normal routine of providing services for our youth. It's not all just fun and games there. They also do elder programs with the kids. They have traditional programs there. They also have mental health programs. and they do crafts, all kinds of stuff that they can do there. And that little building is, like I said, like we need a new, bigger building for our youth. I think the youth workers are doing an excellent job there in keeping our children entertained. Anybody that's not just for Badgerville, I'd like to remind our people in our community, if you want your kids to attend, just bring them to the youth center, drop them off. There's a process to them coming there too as well. They have to do a test and a screening to become for COVID, because COVID's still around. It's not gone just because the mandates are lifted. So there's safety stuff for that. So yeah, bring your kids to the youth center. Don't exclude yourself from anything, and make it feel like the youth center is not reaching out to your children. The workers there are not like that. They don't operate like that. I'll carry on. I'm starting to ramble here. Daycare Head Start also ran into a few closures due to positive cases of COVID and weather. The Head Start program has minimal students due to parents keeping their children at home, not allowing them to participate during COVID. We hope that the numbers will increase come September when the new school year begins. The Daycare Head Start program has received extra funding this year and possibly put an extension to the building. Plans are being made at the moment to secure contractors, but that might go a different route because of the application process we're going through to try and have our Daycare Head Start and youth center in one building. Overnight shelter, you guys know that's the old campsite tank building across from the outreach center. They started this in 2021 or 2020, I believe it was. I can't remember. Last year, anyways, they started it when it was cold, and they had like 4 beds in the outreach center as we were closed due to COVID, and we had a few people that are sleeping in dumpsters in 40 below weather, so we decided to allocate some funding to do that overnight shelter through the winter months, and they ran it again this year, and we secured actual government funding to fund it for our winter months. This program was implemented as we needed to address the issue of homelessness and couch surfing. We had anywhere from 0 clients to up to 12 clients per night. This program is well appreciated by RCMP and the various campsite businesses, and the main goal of the program was to save lives during the winter months. And we have staff that work there, and I think it's back to 8 to 8, Randy. And and I think they provide services. I sleep there. I think they have a little snack provided and stuff like that. And it's a good little program that helps. And we're going to try to keep it going to possibly till May. We don't know when this winter's going to end. It's one of the worst winters we had in a while. I haven't seen so much snow in a while. So. Community detox, that's the old isolation center, the old group home. It's a new initiative that Health is implementing, and we have opened up the clients on March 1st, 2022. This is something that we have never done before, and we're learning through the guidance and direction of Clifford Bird, who implemented the Montreal Lake Detox Facility. Clifford will work with Cote First Nation until such time we're ready to take over. In the meantime, he'll guide and train all employees and get them up to the point of where they can administer this program on their own. We're starting off with 5 beds for now. I think it's full. They have 5 clients in there right now. We're gonna have a grand opening on March 22nd at 11 a.m. So you guys are the 21st. You want the 21st or 22nd? 22nd at 11 a.m. You're invited to come up and check it out. And there'll also be a land-based healing program that will be run in conjunction with the detox, and the length of stay per person will depend on the time required to reach a safe point in their lives, so that the possibility of relapse can be eliminated. We will work with Soto Healing and Wellness Program as a next step to healing. The medical transportation program, that's the one where you get your that white slip from Candace They're requesting that you give a 48-hour notice before your appointment, so, because the call center closes at 5 each day and no after-hour services are provided. Please bring in your appointment notices as soon as you get them, so we don't have you scrambling last minute and running around to try to get stuff done. So please get your appointments as soon as you get your appointment notice. Make arrangements with Candace, and we'll help you set up for your appointment. Venture therapy is still being offered to clients, and mental health services can be accessed at the Wings of Hope program by appointment only. Darlene says, stay healthy, stay safe, and reach out for help if you need it. I still got some other stuff here, so I'm sorry if I'm taking long here, but I think I get tired of my voice probably soon. So, a summer student program, that was a program we started last year due to the pandemic, when school was shut down. Our kids stayed home since March, and it was kind of help their mental health, get out of the house and do some stuff. We employed 56 students in 2020 from ages 13 to 17. Started off small and made a few of them worked at the office, 2 worked at the office. The students worked around the community in 2020. We had them cutting grass and stuff around buildings and all that stuff, doing labor around the thing here. Last year we employed 48. We had 6 students, 3 males and 3 females work for a week. This past year, they worked, 2 worked at the office, 2 worked at the market, 2 worked with capital. We had that ages 13 to 17, but this last year they had to be attending school. And then I've had kids asking me if we're going to program again, and we will be. I believe we're hoping prevention can help us secure a percentage of the funding that we use to pay these children to work. What they get is their hours paid, their office open, office closed. $100 incentive for completing without missing. That's what we give them as a bonus for completing their week. In June, we'll probably do a call out again for students again, ages 13 to 17. They have to be attending school. And I know we had a few of our urban members ask if their summer student can work. We had a few that come down and stayed with the family for a week, for their week. And if they're willing to do that, it's no problem for them to come and work for a week. It's ages 13 to 17 and have to be going to school. I touched on youth center already. I don't know if anybody mentioned this, Daryl or Byron. I'm not sure who this falls under. Is that spring thaw? With the possible flooding and our rivers rising and the creeks running fast, as we ask that you keep your children away from the rivers and the creeks and off the ice as it warms up. You just don't want to risk any children's lives or people's lives. So please be safe out there during the spring thaw. Cote camp. This last year, we had it last year, and I had a last minute planning for that. It was kind of out of the blue. This year, the tentative dates for the Cote camp is August 7th to 11th. It's based on if we can secure the campsites. This year, we're going to be booking the most campsite and the Elk. Those are the same area. That Elk is a big area, and most is the one that's on the other side. Because I guess we couldn't have tents set up at the bottom where the big tent was. We just about got kicked out of there for that, but Darcy went and got ranked with, what's his name there, Potavinikoff guy at the lake, trying to come and act racist there, I guess, so. Oh yeah, also fires, remember last year we had that big fire last year. That was a really big, expensive fire, and it was risked homes, and it was an all-day, almost 2-day firefight. And we asked that you guys please refrain from burning grass this summer, this spring. I know we're going gonna have a wet spring, but still don't burn grass. For us, please and thank you. Summer games, I'll touch on to the recreation side now, because our rec guy is away. His daughter has a hockey game today on the road. So summer games is July 24th to 30th. I believe it's in James Smith. So I'm not sure when the tryouts and stuff are going to be happening. Usually YTC posts those notices and they send it to us. So we'll keep a watch for that. I think also the RIG project that the membership voted on, we're just about there. We just got a few odds and ends to work out, and hopefully that we're turning sod by next month or by May for sure. There's a few things I'd have to work out, and so as the plans and the draft plans are finalized, we'll post them and we'll go from there. I think that's all I have. I'd just like to thank you guys for taking the time to listen to me talk here, and hope you all be safe and continue. COVID's still out there. Be safe. If you had it once, you can get it again for sure. I know. I was there. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Alvin, for those comments and also the update. So next, we're going to move over to lands. I want to bring up Joe, Deadly Joe's Cote. And also I want to bring up Landis to be supported when needed. So Juice, you come up. I believe there's a 50-page presentation.
Morning, everybody. Well, my first meeting. Nice to see you guys all here. We waited a long time for one of these kind of gatherings to happen, and it's a good day to have one. Hey, I'm the lands guy, and since I took over lands, we purchased a few properties and bought some land. We bought some buildings. And why we bought the buildings is because we plan on farming our own land one day. And when you farm, you need a place to put your tractors and everything. So we purchased some properties. And the property that I purchased, it never came from any of the trust funds. It came from a line of credit. As they said earlier, we're a +10 now. When we started, we couldn't even get people to bring out doors or windows to our community. That's how bad it was when we first started at this time. So the properties that I'm talking about is not from our trust fund. We took it on a line of credit. One of them, the properties we got was Manchuk property. It had 1,050 acres. Plus, there's a home on that property that we use today. One of our band members is already in it, so we're using what we purchased already. And then from the Clarion Colony, we purchased 160 acres from them. That's the land purchase. Plus, we also purchased their big, we purchased that great shop there for them. It can hold up to 10 semis in that shop. And there's also a butcher shop in there for you hunters that want to cut up your wild meat there. There's a butcher shop there and a freezer in that same building. And the reason we bought that building is because, like I said earlier, we're going to be needing a place for our tractors to have inside, so we don't sit outside and we don't wreck them. And what we paid for it is very little compared to what it'll cost us if we were to build from the ground up. So we saved a lot of money that way. So a total acres we have on reserve is 19,600. Total of acres off reserve is 3,690. On reserve, we get $87 per acre, and we're only going to do it one lease because we plan on farming our own land, and we're not going to start trying to take over the whole reserve right away. You know, we got to learn how to farm first. So we plan on taking pieces at a time, like 2,000 acres at a time, so we can start. And then eventually we'll hopefully be own self-sufficient farmers. When we lease out our property to farmers off the reserve, they make a hell of a lot of money off us. Like, I mean, a lot of money. So if we could start farming our own land, our revenue would eventually go higher. And then that's how we become self-sufficient. And then the people that we're gonna be having working on our farms, they'll have jobs all year round. And that's the point of for trying to get these things going, is we're trying to employ our people to make them be farmers and productive people in our community. And the land, the mansion purchase that I got, we signed with a farmer. He gives $70 per acre, and it's only for a 1-year lease. And what we're trying to do with our band farm lands is we're trying to get away from chemicals. We're trying to get away from that. We believe that's why most of us are getting sick out here on reserve with cancer and all that stuff, is because the chemicals ain't going in the ground. The wind is carrying them into our houses, and that's the reason why most of our elders and us are getting sick. So we're trying to get away from chemicals. 1,900 acres identified will be uncultivated and resting land for 2022 in preparation for our own band farms. Out of our land revenue accounts, we do the elders rents, we do the elders utilities. So that means that they don't have to pay no power, no energy. We look after that. We have the Remedies Project fence post site, contractor hired March 22, work to start May 22nd. That's the one down where the basketball court is. What we're gonna do there is we're gonna take all that dirt out of there that's from the old Cote wood industries, all the chemicals, that's all contaminated land. So what we're doing is we're gonna take all that land out, the dirt, and we're gonna transfer it to Weyburn area. And then we're gonna refill it with different soil that's not contaminated, so we could live in there and not get any sickness from it. That's the purpose of that.
We actually have 4 source soil samples done here for reserve.
Yep, we did 4 soil testing for that. That's why we're moving straight ahead. And we're gonna get a new fire hall and a 2-bay garage in the new fiscal year. Transportation project tendering out by March 22nd. Decommissioning project to be tendered up this coming summer. So that's kind of the lands in a nutshell, up to date on what we're doing. And the other one I have is I'll do my last one is security. We have eight employees that are 24 hours, and they are not policemen. They try to keep the peace. They can't be going to houses and breaking up fights. You can't be calling up to say, this guy's fighting me, can you come and stop it? That's not their role. That's what you got the RCMP for. But what I wanted to bring to the community is, we gotta start helping our security. To make it safer for our kids and the people that are living in the community. We know we have an addiction problem. But we'll overcome it. So what I'm trying to say is, let's work together and get this problem solved. We all know what's going on in our community. We all know who's doing what. It's just the point where nobody wants to be called a rat. If we stick in that modern way of thinking, we're never gonna get ahead. Because, as we all know, addictions hurts everybody. Everybody feels it. So, it's not being a rat, you're actually gonna help that person you're gonna help that person in the long run. And when that person straightens out, I guarantee they're gonna come and shake your hand and say, thank you for opening my eyes to see what I was doing in the community. So all else I wanted to say about that is, let's start helping each other out. In the white world, they call the neighborhood watch. And they don't pay each other just to watch each other's yard. It's just out of respect. You know? That's one thing we have to start bringing back to our community, is having respect for one another. And that'll go a long ways. There'll be no more fighting amongst each other. Everyone will be happy to see each other. And plus we'll have a safer community, then we all know what's going on. So the people that say that they don't know who's selling drugs, we all know how we are. We're all Indians. We all know what's going on in our community. Grape travels faster than Facebook, you know? And I just come back from a Justice Commission's meeting yesterday in Saskatoon. What the plan is for the YTC area is we're gonna try push for justice of Aboriginal policing. We're gonna try to get rid of the RCMP. Just have our own Indian police force and look after us. So we're trying to, and FSIN is on board on that, so it's gonna be happening ever since that kid got killed in Regina, in PA there at the RCMP, at the city police there. So now FSIN is really pushing to try and get our own tribal police happening in our community. And with that, I guess that's more or less all I have to say today, and you guys have yourselves a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for those kind words. Also, what we forgot to mention about some of the security stuff, you know, we purchased, I think, 3 pickups, right, in the SUV, is that right, Johnson? And as you know, the security are 24/7, they're always out there. Also, the security also asked, for some training. So what we did is we outsourced some training that all our security members are going to be going through. They're going to be taking some actually how to take notes, proper notes for, say if the RCMP wants some notes from the security, they'll teach them how to take notes. Also, powers of arrest, we'll eventually we'll get there to help our security to help defend themselves better in situations. As well as the RCMP said that the calls out to the Cote First Nation have dropped significantly since we got our own security force. So that's a good round of applause for security, everybody. So with that, we're going to move along. We're going to go to Pam in economic development, and also, economic development. And also elders, or economic development. You might have forgot something there.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be here. It's nice to be in the community and give updates. We haven't done this in a while. The pandemic really took a toll on all of us, mental health, losing loved ones, and unable to gather. So it is nice to be here to see everybody this morning. For those that don't know me, my name is Pam, I'm online perhaps. I have the ECDEV portfolio and the elders portfolio. I'll start with ECDEV. So when we first went to the chambers after we were elected, and the chief was handing out portfolios, and ECDEV was given to me. And it was a challenge. It was a real challenge. It wasn't something that drew me or was my cup of tea, but I learned as I was going and I didn't give up. I kept on learning. And that's what leadership is about. You don't always get it right the first time. You have to continue being open-minded and learning, being positive and taking that criticism, that constructive feedback as well, and having a positive attitude at the end of the day. ECDEV is a flow-through dollars that comes from YTC. We only get 144,000 per year. So one of the areas that I took a look at is we did strategic planning, chief of council in Saskatoon, and we had our community navigator at that time bring to the table community plans. And part of that community plan under economy was a business charter and a professional incorporated board. So we implemented that, chief and council. We brought to the table a business charter, which we passed April 29th, 2020. And it was a lot of learning, understanding that business charter and the flow through limited partnership, general partners, stakeholders. The community are our stakeholders. If you want to read Cote Business Charter, it's online on our Facebook page. I did not bring copies. Save the trees, we'll just read online. That business charter is a guiding principle for us to follow. It sets out the guidelines, it sets out our vision and our mission statement within our community, what we would like to thrive, be prosperous for the next generation. So it's a tool for us to use. And then we developed shortly after our incorporated board, and we worked with that board for a year under a pandemic. We did evaluations and found that there was times where it wasn't to a point of thriving to the direction we wanted. So we looked at that and we dissolved that board, and we have a call out for new board members. Currently, we set out, how am I going to put this? Currently, we had a chief and council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it was brought to the table in consensus of the table, along with a motion that the Cote market will no longer be under the umbrella of the CDL board. It'll be a ban-owned business. It'll be arm's length. And that's, when we talk about arm's length, that's one of the areas that we were looking at, is keeping politics away from our business. But understanding that you do need a political person on that board, that CDL board, that's going to ensure that the vision is enacted in that part. So that's the update about that. I know that there was a vote on the dispensary, and that was such a broad term when we talk about dispensary, because there's two aspects to that, and the community maybe needed to know those two aspects. When we look at licenses, you have the federal and you have the provincial. And under the provincial license, we wouldn't be granted because we have to look at the market, we have to look at the feasibility, and the fact of the matter is that in town, there already is a dispensary. So then the next route would be looking at asserting our jurisdiction of our sovereign right to self-determination through having it on our reserve and following the federal bylaws. With that being said, one of the areas that was mentioned is that we'll be dealing with cash on hand. We won't be able to open up a bank account, and that was one of the areas that we were trying to figure out how we're going to work around that. One of the areas that we did under ECDEV is we applied for proposal funding under Corp funding, and that's through ISC, that's a Community Opportunity Readiness Program. We applied there for a feasibility study, a business plan, and some infrastructure dollars to get this dispensary on the road. And unfortunately, February 9th of this year, ISC indicated to Cote that we are on the wait list. And because if we take a look at our funding, we only get $144,000 per year. So we have to be really, we have to look at the risk management when we make our decisions. So that was one of the areas that we took a look at, is putting that on hold for now until we figure out the next steps forward. So that's my update on ECDev. I also hold the elders portfolio, and it was a really sober year. We lost a lot of our traditional elders this round, and it was sad. But with that, we need to also celebrate life. So it was brought to our attention that to put on an elders gathering, and that's what we're doing April 8th and 9th. I believe the agenda is out there online. We need to sit down still as a committee and talk about other areas. That's just the outline. We don't have entertainment lined up yet. There's other areas that we need to speak about, so we're gonna be doing that within this next week. I know that we couldn't do very much when it comes to our traditional bay and our community with the restrictions of COVID. But I know that health, along with other departments, really worked to make sure that everyone was taken care of under that portfolio when we take a look at the basic needs. At this moment, that's all the reporting that I do have on the two portfolios, and I'll be open to answer the questions at the end of our assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Pardon me? The Elders Conference will be in Yorkton, so keep that in mind. We're next going to move along to the most local person at the table, Delvina, in education. Come on, everybody. When she first started out as, she was really nervous. Now she can't keep her quiet though.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say I'm really happy to see you all sitting here and the ones online. And I'd like to thank Reggie for the opening prayer. It's always great to start the day with a prayer. And it's I'd like to acknowledge my fellow council members and chief. Since I got on, I've been extremely busy with education. Education is a huge area. I never realized how many different departments were within it, but now I know. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll start with the school, our own Chief Gabriel School. During the pandemic, we went through a lot there. There was a lot of uncertainties, a lot of unknowns about, how can we run our school and deal with this pandemic. So the school had a lot of help though. Treaty Education Alliance is also part of our school, and they came in and they gave us a lot of extra support. And together, all the teachers and the staff, they all worked together to keep our school safe, clean, and a healthy environment for our kids to come in despite the pandemic, despite all the worries of getting sick. Our janitors done an amazing job there, keeping our school clean. I'd like to thank the janitors for one thing, Sharon Pelly and Alan Cote, I believe. So thank those two people. I have so many notes here, I'm just trying to get them in order. Okay, this year, we're gonna have 7 graduates coming out of our school. And that to me is is such an accomplishment despite everything that they went through with this pandemic. So I'm really honored to say we got 7 coming out in June. I really wish I had their names, but unfortunately I don't have their names, but we'll be announcing their names soon enough. Within all the struggles of the pandemic, we did have a mental health counselor that was in our school. And that was something that we needed. And he was there to assist our kids, and he did a great job as well. Okay, just give me a minute here. Okay, in May, we're going to host a gala in honor of our teachers. We're gonna acknowledge all the hard work they've done. There's some teachers there that have been working there 20 plus years, and we haven't honored them. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to honor our teachers and our staff. So the first week in May is our Teacher Appreciation Week. So that's the week we'll be having our teachers come in and honor the staff as well, because they've done an amazing job at our school. So I'm going to move on to Good Spirit School Division. I've been working with Good Spirit School Division since I came on, and we've been developing an education service agreement, and that is to work with our band and work with the school to assist our students that are not on reserve. And we've developed an agreement that I think is beneficial for our students and everybody involved. What we're planning on doing is we're going to be swapping classes, which means CAMSAC will come out and they'll take classes such as language or culture or something like land-based learning is what it's called. And in turn, what classes that we can offer, such as our sciences and extracurricular activities like intramurals, they're going to be allowing our students to take part in that so they can earn credits in those classes. So that's something that we're very excited to get going, and so is our students that are going to be taking part in it. And they will be earning credits when we do that. I know that we stopped the busing that's going into CAMSAC due to the pandemic. Good Spirit School Division is going to work with us once we figure out what we want to do. They're willing to assist us in providing more busing, but we're not that far yet, and it's not a for sure thing. But I'm just letting you all know that was brought up, and there's no decision that has been made. But I've been getting a lot of requests for busing to go back into town, because we do have over 100 students attending CAMSAC school as well. I'll move on to post-secondary. Post-secondary is also hit very hard by the pandemic. We had many students that were struggling in the cities. The institutions were shutting down, and we had to learn on the go. We couldn't, wait for meetings. We just had to do it. If something came up, we had to figure it out. So we've been helping our students through COVID assistance, helping them with groceries, helping them with their rent. Technology capability was a big thing for them. So we assisted them with laptops, printers, and the ones who could not afford internet in the cities, we gave them a one-time assistance to help with that. And I believe we've done well there because we do have 68 students still attending. We have 13 will finish this year. They'll graduate from their programs, so, we'll have 13 more seats available for the next students who want to go into POSEC. The POSEC was a big area, and it was a bit concerning a lot of times because of the hardships our students had, like living in the cities, they don't have what we have here. Like they can't just go say, I need this and get it. So it was tough for them, and I'm really proud of them all because they persevered, they didn't quit, they kept going, and they're still there, and we're still helping them, keeping in touch with them. Another thing that we're working on as an education board is the policies. We have to do the policies for our school, for our post-secondary, and as well as our new program, which we don't have a name yet, but it's geared towards trades. So that is something that we're working on, and hopefully end of April, we'll have all those policies done and ready. I wanted to bring up that trades program. It's not called trades yet. We don't know what to call it. That's what I'm mentioning. I wanted to say, like, Chief and Council agreed to give education $150,000 per year. That will go towards assisting programs that do not fall under post-secondary guidelines. So these programs that are 3 months to 8 months, they all qualify. And we do intakes the same way we do post-secondary funding. And to date, we helped probably, I'm gonna say 25 students out there. And they've obtained tickets, they've obtained certificates. Certificates and safety tickets. And next week, we're hosting the safety tickets, so that's coming quite quickly here. I had so much to say when I'm up here looking at everybody, it just kind of go blank. We also hired an education assistant. Education was so huge, and I was overwhelmed by all the work that came with it. So we ended up hiring an assistant that she coordinates everything, does the research and puts programs together. And with her help, we were able to bring in many more programs. We're bringing in life skills. It started already, and we just completed one, and we're starting another one. And it's through SIIT, and we even have our very own band member who's the instructor. So we were very happy when Donna Pelly came on, and she's been working with our band members for 2 months now, and she'll be here till the end of April. And we had 8 graduates come out of the first program, and this year, or this month, we have 9 attending. So we should have 9 more grads at the middle of May. And then we're bringing in another life skills through Parkland College. And this program is geared towards cultural, actually the first 2 programs was the job series. It was giving our members a chance to learn skills, to know what it's like to go and have a job and the skills to keep the job. So that was through SIIT. And now this next program we're bringing in is through Parkland. And this one is geared towards basically your mental health. We're gonna have a lot of cultural aspects in there, teachings, non-cultural based teachings is what they called it. So we're bringing that in. And once they're completed that, we bought in another program that's ready to go. It's the Continuing Care Assistant Program. That'll be held in Kamsack and Kenora. They'll travel to Kenora for 2 days and Kamsack 3 days. And we're very proud of that program as well because it's for our band members and they earn 2 credits. And when they're done that course, they go right into the continuing care program in New York and begin a career. Or with what they've earned, they could get a job. So either way, they could go to school or get a job. The other program we're also doing is automotive service tech. We're gonna host that in Kamsack at our shop in town. And that's through SIIT. And again, that is a program that we're hoping will get our young men, even women, involved. And once they're completed, they could be helping our own public works department with their equipment, their machines. So all these programs that we're bringing in, they're basically going to help our nation, like with the CCA, where we want to help our health department with our elders. We have 60 elders, I believe, on our reserve. I think it's on our reserve. And with that continuing care program, we can have so much more help out there to ensure that our elders are looked after and they have what they need and their health is their top priority. And the last program that we have is Introduction to Carpentry. As you all know, our housing went through a lot, so we bought in this program to train hopefully 10 of our members that will take this program and transition into the housing area and assist our reserve with keeping our homes updated, keeping our homes fixed. So with all these programs, the main reason behind all of them was to assist in all these big areas that we feel they need the help. And it's a lot of, we even approached YTC and they're going to be helping us to bring this program in with like daily pay, day pay. So that's always a plus when we have programs. Like the first question I always get is, when am I gonna get paid? So we need to find the funding to pay them, and that's what we're bringing in. That's all we have here. Education is a really big area, and I hope I touched on everything I could think of. I know my assistant Val, if she was here, she would have so much more to add in. But where is she here? You're here. Come on up. Come here. Without Val, there's so many things I couldn't have done. She really helped me when I needed the help.
I'm coordinator on this.
Yes, I'm coordinator. Coordinator, sorry. Okay, if you have anything to add,
I'll just take over for a bit. Okay, so the program that we're bringing in for the CCA is called Bridging to the CCA program, and that's through the Parkland College. Basically, that's an introductory into CCA. The good thing about this program, once you complete it, Parkland College is holding 4 seats for the regular CCA program. So hopefully we can get a couple more in. But that CCA program, that's a stepping stone. Through Parkland College, you can get your CCA, next year go back to your LPN, which is licensed practical nurse, and then you return for 2 more years, and then you'll get your Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So hopefully we can get some nurses out of there. Let's see. Me too, I'm not very good at public speaking. But education became a passion of mine because I've seen our school there. We really need to recognize our teachers. A lot of them have 20+ years of service in our community. Therefore, we're going to do a gala for them and recognize their service. We have to remember they're shaping the minds of our future leaders, our future lawyers, our future doctors, police officers. So with the staff at the school, I'm really grateful for them. Good Spirit School Division, that Ed Services Agreement hasn't been touched since 1982, 83. So it's a long time coming, and Delvina and the rest of the portfolio members are really working hard to get a good service agreement between us and CAMSAT, our Good Spirit School Division. It's an ever-growing process, ever-going process that we need to get done to benefit our kids, our future leaders. We have to remember that our kids are our future. They're going to be sitting at this table in 20, 30, 40 years. And how can we best serve them as community members? I see them, when I used to work at the treatment center, I used to see them all waiting for the buses, and they'd be ready and running, you know. And I'd be thinking, oh my gosh, you know, that one's going to go far, that, you know. And I'm just really, truly grateful that I'm able to come and work for the band. I always wanted to get back to the band office. I started my career as a clerk here 40, 50 years ago. But now I'm back here, so hopefully I can make some positive changes while I'm employed here. It's been great working with these guys. Sometimes we don't get along, or we have our differences of opinion. Oh, yeah. +2, with this trades funding, we were able to pay for safety tickets for young band member named Chase Shoes. He is entering the city police, and he needed his first aid CPR. He sourced out every place in Regina, couldn't figure out where to go. So his last resort was calling us here. And I told him, okay, we'll sign up for that. You know, we'll sign up for your first aid CPR and invoice us. And now he's closer, one step closer to becoming a police officer. Oh, and Natasha Moore, she's our pilot. Yep. And that's awesome. Letitia? Okay, sorry. But we're proud of her because she went out into a totally different area where no First Nation really goes through, but she's seen her dream and she got it. This Chase Shingoose is the grandson of Brenda Young Shingoose. So with that, you know, we're having strides and bounds with our First Nation members. Our youth are finally seeking that white buffalo, the education, which is wonderful to hear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Val. I said it was, I really needed her help, and she came in at the right time. We've been getting a lot of things going, and education is moving faster than it's ever had, even though the pandemic slowed us down, but once we were able to get the go-ahead, me and Val would just go. So I hope I touched on everything. Like I said, we're hosting a gala the first week in May for our teachers at the school. So you're all welcome to come and attend, and I hope to see you all there. And if you have any questions or concerns, I guess you guys could ask later when we're done. But thank you for listening, and I'm not very good at public speaking, but I think I did okay. Thank you, have a good day.
Thank you, Delvina. I know, like I said, when we first started out, she wouldn't even come up here. But now she hit it out of the park, I think. So, but anyways, good job, Delvina. So we're gonna have lunch here. We're actually gonna come serve you. So we're gonna continue the presentations because I know a lot of people have other commitments after this. So once the soup is being served there, the bags and cut, I want to have the helpers, also security, come help them give out food to the people. Okay, so security come to the kitchen, help out. So with that, we're gonna move right along the table. I want to bring up a good buddy of mine, Robert Severick. I call him Benito. Remember, you got 5 minutes.
And everybody, just want to thank the Anishinaabe for prayer this morning, and my sons and nephew and Gary for the songs. And I'll speak as long as I want to speak. I was elected by the people of the Cote First Nation to talk on their behalf, so I don't have a time limit. So sit down and shut up, and that's good. So it's been a tough couple of years with the COVID. You know, it's really taken a toll on our people, our mindset, our mental health. It's been really challenged, you know, with this sickness. It's really kind of messed up our mental health. You know, a lot of our people are coming home, and we've been having a lot of funerals lately. And, you know, it takes its toll. You know, takes its toll on our people and stuff. And you know, I just want to encourage everybody that, you know, it's only going to get better. Like, you know, like the old saying goes that, like, there's only rainy days that can only last for so long, right? So we got some good things coming to the Cote First Nation. Monday we have the meeting with Canada and our lawyers for our specific claims, and I've been appointed to be one of the negotiators on behalf of the Cote First Nation, myself and a few of the other councilors and the chief. And we had one meeting with them in January. That was January or February. And you know, we had a meeting with the representatives from Canada, and we basically told them what we thought about you know, how the Crown's representatives came and talked to us in their language and what they had to say. But when we had our meeting with them in February, one of our first speakers and negotiator was Vincent, and he spoke to them in our traditional Nakuit language. And when he was done speaking, he asked them, "What did I say to you guys?" And none of those people from Canada, the representatives, could answer him because they didn't understand the language. And then he told them, that's what our ancestors had to go through when you guys first came and negotiated your treaties with us for the surrender of our lands and our downside and our roadways. So it was a good meeting because we were able to let them know how we felt and let them know that you know, a lot of the negotiations that were passed through those treaties were wrong, and they did a lot of wrongdoing, and they needed to be held accountable. So we're hoping in our meeting on Monday with Canada that we can come to an agreement that compensation package for the land claim settlements that we're gonna be settling with them. When I first got on council here with, my fellow councilors and the chief, I was appointed the cultural portfolio. And as far as I remember, there wasn't a cultural portfolio. But, my background and the way I was raised, I believe that, you know, that's something that I was able to work with. So I just accepted it and I took it. And one of my biggest concerns in our community is the drugs and how much lives the drugs is taking. Our young people in cities that are coming home, you know, we're burying them here. And drugs that are coming into the community, being brought in from the cities on paydays. You know, you see different vehicles around on the paydays, on the SA days. People that we've never seen before, and they're bringing all these ugly drugs into the community. And our young people are getting addicted. They're taking these new drugs, crystal meth. They're trying to get that high that they first got with the other drugs. They can't get it, so they're trying these new drugs. A lot of them are getting hooked on that, right? A lot of our people are suffering because of that. And that's something that us as Anishinaabe people, we never had that before. We never had drugs. Those kind of illicit drugs. You know, we were a proud people. We're ceremonial people. Anishinaabe, Nakawake, Ninawak, that's who we are. We've got to honor that. You see all these drugs in the community and our people suffering. We know who the drug dealers are. Daryl and Byron were talking earlier about the BCR that we signed for the activity in our homes, in our community. We know who the drug dealers are. We know where they live. We see you. You're not fooling anybody. You're poisoning our people. You're poisoning the community. You're taking it away from the kids of the parents that you're selling the drugs to. I'm really glad that we have that detox center opening up east. I'm really happy for that because that's something that's going to help our community. It's something that's going to help our addicted. We also have the Soda Healing and Wellness Center. We have our own members that are coming there. We have members from different reserves coming there. I had a nephew from Ochapowace coming there. You know, I was really happy for him, and I talked to him, and I told him I was proud of him. You know, I've been invited there a few times to sing for their graduation, and every time I'm invited there, I always get up and say a few words because I'm also an alcoholic. You know, I've been there. And I had to admit that I was powerless over that alcohol. And so I always try to share a few words when I go there. Another initiative that I was asked to help out with was the Cote Industrial School site, the grave sites. I've been working with Grant Sebright, trying to help find some grave sites. Our Kachin Anishinaabe told stories of grave sites along those hills, down that road, Mission Road, when you leave town. Just before you leave town, you're going towards Roxton by the railroad tracks. There's a road called Mission Road that goes to the east. You follow that road up on top of the hillside there. And there was an old residential school, the Cote Industrial Site. That's where it was located. There's a tree line there. And we met with the farmers, the people that own the property. We had a meeting with them, the chief, myself, I believe Randy and Loretta were there too, Randy and Loretta Friday, and they helped us, figure out whereabouts the site was, and Grant was there, and we also had people come from Saskatoon. And, we need to clear some areas where we figured we'll be able to look for those grave sites. From the oral history of our Anishinaabe, there's grave sites along those hillsides there somewhere. But we need to be specific on whereabouts we want to look for those grave sites, because the machine can only pick up so much, and we also have to clear the land and cut the grass really short in order for the machines to actually do their work. There was also even talk about purchasing that land. Crow and I, the chief asked me to get in touch with the landowners and make a request to purchase that land. And so we could possibly make a monument site as well. So that's something that we're going to be working on. We can't really do much right now because of the snow and winter, but come this spring, we're going to be going full tilt with that. And it's really disheartening and traumatic when you hear about these grave sites of our young people. They went to these evil places that they call residential school. I was down in Cote this last summer with Grant. We went and met with the people working down there. You could feel it. You could feel that energy. You could feel that heaviness when we were down there. And they explained to us where they all found the graves. And myself and Grant, we offered our tobacco. And it was really heavy when I was down there. You could just feel the heaviness and the sadness in the community from all those little flags that they have in that area there by the village where the residential school used to be. So that's one of the initiatives that we'll be working on this summer coming up here. I was also appointed to sit on the Anishinaabe Treaty Authority group with Angela Sebright, Angela Roque. She's the one that looks after the admin for that and also the programming for that and setting up our meetings and everything. And so the Anishinaabe Nation Treaty Authority is a group that we're ensuring that our treaty rights, hunting rights, are being upheld. And we're meeting with government officials, the Ministry of Environment. We set up meetings with them, the treaty commissioner, and we have a gathering coming up in Kizagoose at the school. I believe it is March 24th. Don't quote me on that date, but it's coming up here. We were supposed to have it this past week here, but we had to cancel because of the funerals in Kizagoose, and so we moved it to a later date. But everybody is invited, all the local hunters and trappers and also the medicine harvesters. That's another concern that we have because we have all these forest companies like in Duck Mountain there. We were hunting there last fall with my brother and my sons, and we were cruising in the back there, and we came across a lot of forest that was taken down and with total disregard for our medicine harvesters, because we pick a lot of medicine over there in that forest. And so the duty to consult, why didn't they consult Cote First Nation and Kizagoose First Nation? Let us know that, hey, we're going to come in here, we're going to take down all these trees, we're going to rip out all these medicines, and why didn't they contact us and let us know about that? So our medicine harvesters could go there and say, you know what, I don't think that's a good idea, because this is where we collect a lot of our natural medicines for healing. Because a lot of our people still believe in that, in the natural medicines and herbs and the people that harvest those for our healing, for our people. Because a lot of our people, they don't like to go to the white doctors, And so that's something that Anta was looking into. Also the hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. It's all on the same line with our treaty rights and that new trespassing bill that they passed. That's basically giving the Muniausak an open pass to. In their eyes, the way they perceive it, if we trespass on their land, they have every right to shoot us if they want to. You know what I mean? And it's their word against our word, you know? And so that's something that we were talking with our ANTA group and our hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering group, is that how do we know these farmers aren't gonna try and shoot us if they catch us on their land while we're hunting, you know? And one of my biggest concerns was, why do we, Treaty 4 signatory, we're signatories to that Treaty 4. And Treaty 4 runs all the way from western Manitoba, south of Saskatoon, all the way down to Maple Creek. That's our Treaty 4 territory. So one of my biggest questions and concerns was always, why do we, as Treaty 4 signatories, need permission to hunt on somebody's land when this is our traditional territory? Why do we need that permission? Why are we letting the Saskatchewan provincial government and the conservation officers charge us with unlawfully hunting on these lands when this is our treaty area, Treaty 4 territory? You know, that's something that the ANTA group and the hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering group, that's some of the concerns that we've been addressing with the provincial and the federal government. You know, might have the chief just said to me the next meeting might be here too, so we'll let you know about that. I've also been doing some work with local schools in the community, the youth center. You know, like when we started the assembly this morning with the drum group, my sons and my nephew were sitting there with me. And, you know, my sons have been singing ever since they could sit at the drum, 3 years old. I had them both sitting at the drum with me. And, you know, that's something that I'm very passionate about, being a traditional person, you know, into the ceremonies. And I was fortunate to have mentors and teachers that helped me learn those kind of things, the traditional songs of our Cote Anishinaabe and our Onakawik Lenawak, you know, our people in the community. And so that's something that I take responsibility for, is to make sure our young people, especially our young men, they learn those kind of songs, you know, not specifically powwow, but more the traditional songs in their ceremonies. And when I go to the lodges in the ceremonies, I always have my boys sitting with me and my nephews, and, you know, I feel real good when they sit around a drum with me and they learn those songs, because that's telling me that those songs are being carried on for the next generation and future generations, you know, and that those songs will always be there. So I've been doing some work with the schools, you know, with the KCI, Victoria, and at the youth center, you know, working with our young men, you know, not only teaching them about the drum and about the songs, but trying to be like a big brother or an uncle to them, you know, and talking to them, you know, trying to give them some advice about how to be good young kids and good young men, and what it takes to be a singer and stuff, you know. So that's something that I've been doing in the community as well. Also, the last few falls we've been hunting. I'm not eating any soup yet, so I got the right to talk about hunting right now. But my brother and my sons and I and my nephews, we've been hunting in the community, and, you know, we've been killing moose and stuff, and taking it to the butcher shop and passing out meat to the community members, you know, to our Cote Anishinaabe and the families that can't hunt for themselves, you know. And so, you know, we've been doing that for the past 3 years, you know, handing out meat. I even took some meat to the cities, you know, I took it upon myself. No, I didn't get paid to go hunting. Nobody paid me, you know, so, but I got the band to pay for the butcher shop to get the meat done up and stuff, also. But that's something that my father and my uncles taught us as young men when we hunt, is to share the meat with the people in the community, you know, and that's something that I like to do, and I'm also passing it on to my sons as well. My sons are hunters already, and they both killed their first deer, and we had a little feast for them and stuff. So I'm really happy that they're learning about that kind of stuff. These land claims that we got coming in, we've got 3 land claims that Canada is ready to settle with for the time being. And these are some significant claims. I believe one of them is the town site, town site, the roadways, and the railroad 1903. And so Cote First Nation has these land claims coming in. And my personal opinion is that we need to be smart with this money that's coming in. We need to make good, solid, sound investments. Because there's gonna come a time when Canada, the government's gonna say, all right, Cote, we gave you the Pelly Haylands. We gave you the land surrender settlement. We gave you the town site settlement. We gave you the roadway settlement, the railway settlement. What do you got to show for that money? What did you do with it? You'd be like, I don't know. Okay, well, guess what? Your funding is cut off, they're gonna say. So we need to get smart with that money. We need to make good investments because it's not about us. It's not about you guys. It's about our future generations, our kids, our grandkids, and unborn. We need to leave a legacy for them. We need to be self-sufficient as a nation. We need to make the money work for us. Those claims that are coming, that money that's coming. We need to work together, put our minds together, and make good investments for our nation so that we don't have to rely on the government for funding. We don't have to jump through hoops to get that funding. And that's something that I hope us as leaders and our future leaders take that into consideration, because we've got a lot of young people from Cote First Nation, and we need to make them proud to be from Cote and make sure that we leave a legacy for them. Another initiative that with that Crow Stand site is the Chief Gabriel grave site. We have an idea. We have a good idea of where Chief Gabriel is supposed to be buried from some of the documents that were shared, some of the old documents. And we have a pretty good idea where he might be buried. And so that's another thing that we're looking into, is buying that land where Chief Gabriel is supposed to be buried and also turning that into a monument as well. So we're going to be in talks with the landowners over there and trying to buy that land. So when we do the grave sites for the industrial school site, we're also going to be looking to see if there is an actual grave on that piece of land where they say Chief Gabriel is buried. So we could kind of section it off and make a monument in that area there. So I can't stress enough about the drugs. It's always been one of my biggest concerns, is the drugs in the community. I know we've been talking about it. A few of us councillors have talked about it already, but that's something that we can have. We can't have drug dealers bringing drugs to the community. I've been vocal about it in the past, and since I've been on council, I've been vocal about it as well. We need to get the drug dealers off the reserve. I know of other reserves where they banish drug dealers from the reserve. They cut off their power. If they're on SA, they cut off their power and BCR them out of their house. You know, I don't know, is that a step that we need to take in order to make things happen like that? You know, do we need to go that far? Because people don't get it. One drug dealer gets shut down, another one sets up right away. One to quit carrying our young people from overdose. You know, everybody has a choice. You can preach it all day, every day, but ultimately, everybody has that choice, whether or not they're gonna take the drugs or not, you know, and we can't stop that. We have a lot of our young people in the cities that are dying. A lot of our people are hurting. A lot of our people are carrying that trauma, intergenerational trauma. It all comes from the residential school. We have a lot of people that are still hurt, still angry. A lot of people that never got a chance to heal. That's something that my late mother used to always talk about to myself and my siblings was try and heal, try to forgive, try to move on. Don't carry that. And our community needs a lot of healing. We have a lot of people that haven't dealt with any of their trauma. I've been in talk with my Uncle Grant Sebright, and I want to try and set up a residential school survivors conference, a 3-day, sometime here in the spring. I want to set up a 3-day residential school survivors conference so people can come and share and talk and just give them the mic if they're willing to share their story, because a lot of our people haven't had that chance to share that story. And if they're brave enough to share it, then we'll let them. But if they don't, I want to bring in mental health therapists that will, if the person is willing to sit on the side and share their story with that mental health therapist, somebody that they can trust, they won't share anywhere else. That's the kind of healing we need in our community. A lot of our people, our old people, our Nishnawbe, they still carry that hurt. They still carry that pain. And it's a cycle, intergenerational, right down to our young kids. The trauma, the violence. We live in a toxic community. It's not a safe place for our young women. I'm not scared to say that. I have 2 daughters, 23 and 20. My wife and I pushed them out of the nest. They graduated high school, and I told them, move to the city. It's not a safe place for young women to grow up. There's so much violence, sexual violence, rape, you name it. Our men, we need to heal. We need to heal and take responsibility for our faults, for who we are. We need to respect our women. We need to hold our women in high regard. Our women are up here. Us men, we're down here because we're pitiful. Our women are powerful beings. They have the gift of giving life. And we need to respect them. That's all I'm gonna say for now. Chief McWedge, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Robert. So, last but not least, I'm gonna bring up Vince Cote to come do his update. And after the update, Vince's update, we're gonna go right into the finance piece with Don Morchon. He's online. So, Stephen, if Don talks too long, you mute him. But, bring up Vince here, wearing his white cowboy boots.
Kita lebih mata kebawih toy hadis senagat kebawih mamu mui temu tapi senagat hadis kita ayau nama kata wedan pakan kego ayau kot bima nama kata wedan ko kita hadis nape kita kego nama kata wedan uske tatawi juwe pak aja ki wawi demau bumen ani tani juwe pak uske mata mika tiwat aja ki tasinta na me uja uske kete akshanis na pe tagi si kagi kitot nimis kigagi kito kigawa pandam kigawa pandam Munyang nene kegu kina kegu kagwe kipendam. Mima gagi sumo kita isi gagi kitwala ni kiti bagis. Kana pins kegu na yasin. Uske nana katawen ma kiti magnes na pe. Kan gastu sin. Tawa wichya kinaoya. Pakana nis kitane Tinenda amen. Wawichi mamu wenda mwen. Miwe kita jinda wa kitima ke meuja nishna pe. Mamu wenda mwen means think together. Kema kinagego kinagego. Everything will beat you if you don't think together. And that's what we gotta start doing. For myself, I always think of the poor people, the people that are suffering. We have an intergenerational impact in our community. We have people that are lost. They don't even know how to be Indians anymore. Really, you think about that. He would take things really humbly. Be humble. Don't put yourself above anybody else because you're never going to be above anybody else. The person that's above us all is the Creator. And we have to start leaning on Him, asking Him for stuff that we need to help our community. Because this is our community. No matter what, this is where Ketea Munya Yisma Skuniganing. You know what that means? Leftover land. They put us on leftover land. And that's what we're trying to get back, some of these land claims that we're going through. That land that we lost. That the reason they took it, because we didn't have any say in anything they did. They signed bills. You guys think about all the bills that are going to affect us in our community. Bill C-92, what does that affect? That affects our children, our grandchildren, because of ICFS, Child Family Services. Na nagat the way the muk. Kinagi ko. Kanina peace ni ke gunda ya shito awicha kitimagnes na be. Michikagi kituan. Ayi. Kete. Kiwawin na mga women. Kinagi ko kani manitum. Uske kaisi kagi kituek. Anis na pe moon. Ikiwan tum. Ni ko manis na kaya. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of the language they were given by the Creator. The Creator gave us that language. Kamin na, wapskiye taisi kagi kitut. Miwe ki wanai kumin. Apsi ki che wanai kumani. Anin lekituat. Uske ke gu se piu kamuat. Kigumat take pakan that tinan pakan mino out tinain the one tinain the moon. We kinakuang itanip kinakumen anish uske is kaisi kagi kituang uske chikeunan miwe apchi ta sikit mi mata sikin ke yang what we doing, helping each other, learn our language, learn our culture. Otherwise, we're going to be, what did Trudeau say in 1985? If you don't have a language or a culture, don't come and ask for special recognition. That's exactly where we're heading. If we don't start learning our language, there's gonna be a lot of people, brown with white underneath because they don't know their own language. The God-given language we were given that by the Creator. If you guys understood the prayers that are said at the lodges, we weren't just put here, we were always here. They talk about the dinosaurs. They talk about all those things. Underneath the ground. That's what they're digging up now. Some of them are small. You'll see lizards ripping those salamanders and that. Those are the things that they talk about at those lodges. If you guys understood your language, you guys would benefit from it. We are a lost people because the Munya Shak took that away from us. And if we don't try to regain it back, we're still going to be lost. We're still going to follow the white man. We know how it is. You be kanaki mamini kusiwak. We mamini kusiwak. Tantao you be ke what? Me we mamini kusiwak. How to write. And now we got educated people. We have lots of educated Indians. But who signed your paper and said you got a doctorate, you got a PhD, you got a degree, you got the Munya Shak are always judging us. How many of the First Nations have the ability to talk their language, say, hey, you got knowledge? And one of the things, like I say, culture is really important to me. It really runs deep in me, in my body, because I always want our people to learn, our people to understand what we were given as First Nations people. We were given the white man. The white man wanted to break us, and he broke us because we don't even speak our language at anything anymore. We talk English. And we didn't write books. Those books that you guys read, these things that we read, Munya Shak wrote to us. We have to start going back to the grassroots that we say I'm Anishinaabe. We have to reach out for that. Don't be scared to grab something. If you're going to learn your language, don't be scared to talk it. Because if you make mistakes, eventually you're going to catch on if you keep listening to the right people. And for me, my portfolio is SA, income assistance. We try to help those people. We do try to help those people. We offer them positions, we offer them training. We even try to be fair to everybody. We try to create a committee with 2 elders, two members at large,
and the portfolio holder to decide who was going to get special needs to help the people, not to say, not one person taking it and saying, oh, I'm going to give this one income assist or special needs because that's my family member. That's what we got to get away from. We got to get away from looking after your family. Like, sure, everybody wants to look after their family. Even the poorest people, that's their basic need. Look after my family, my kids, my grandchildren. But that's something we ask of the Creator. He looks after us. If we don't take that opportunity to pray in the morning, say thank you for the little food that if you won't have a little bit, say thank you for that. Because He provided that for you. But in SA, it is about 80% of our people are on SA income assistance. And there's a need to start creating an economy on our reserve. And I see it starting. There's going to be a hospital in Quizicos, something special care need that we as the three First Nations took it and said, okay, let's make something for our people so that we're not being sent away from the hospitals and we're not being given drugs that we don't really need. Let's try create something for ourselves. And if we don't do that, the Muniash is going to create something for us, something like the residential schools. How many of you guys went to residential school here? You know, like, how many of you had really happy feelings from that school that you left? Not many of us. And for the youth, it's just a word to them. But take and have your kids. You think about your kids. If somebody came in and took them, would you fight now? A lot of youth, a lot of young people are having kids. You would fight for that kid. I was 5 years old when I was taken to that residential school, taken straight from the hospital. But we as First Nations have to stand up. If we don't stand up, we're going to be just part of the globe, part of the Muniash. But I really wish people would take the training that you're offered. Like there's training being offered. Our elders, we have 60 elders on our reserve, 60 elders. 60, but it's getting smaller and smaller but there's other ones that replaced with older ones. But do we have that? Do we have the knowledge to pass on? You know, there's elderly people and there's elders, or Chianishnabeg, they would say now, because those Chianishnabeg pass on teachings. You gotta pass on teachings, you know, like there's the elderly, you get old and that's, you know, you're elderly. That's what Munya Shak called them, eh? Our elderly people are in the old folks home. I sure hope my kids won't put me in the old folks home. I hope I did right for them, with them. Understanding, we read a lot as First Nations people now. We get knowledge. But that knowledge is written by a Muniash, not a need sheet. But we should. I'll try and make it short here because you guys all look hungry. I just wish that we could work together and get this land claim settled so that we can progress in a way that together, see, they're even handing me notes, this guy, the writer. Yeah. He said, did you give out 300 to the SA people? We sure did. just, on the 22nd, I think. We gave out 300, but that's from the COVID dollars, that's a special needs to help them out, to help the people that are, don't have that regular income, because there's only a certain amount of jobs, and the biggest employer here is the band office. And that's where everybody tries to go, to the band office. You know, I'll go to the band office, you know, something goes wrong, I'll go to the band office. You know, I'll tell you guys, I'll share a story with you guys, it's kind of funny. We just moved back and we lived in a trailer just by where we are now. And we came back and the tap was leaking. So my wife says to me, "Hey, tap's leaking here. Let's go knocking." I told her, "Today, what kind of a man would I be if I can't fix a leaking tap?" So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to promote wellness. The leadership now is trying to promote wellness, so that we're going to offer a course from SA to learn how to fix little things in your house. You know, like opportunity, so that you learn, that you're not putting the band off and say, "Oh, my light bulb is flashing. I think I'm getting a short." Meanwhile, the light bulb's burning out. So that's the thing that we have to help each other build a healthy community. It's going to take us long because the ammonia broke us so bad. You know, we all point at each other. We all say, "Oh, Chief and Council punched a hole in my wall." You know, and we know there was somebody that had a party and decided they're going to be, you know, punch a hole in their wall. I kind of asked one guy, "What do we do with that? How come people are punching holes in their walls?" And he said, "You know how you curb that?" He said, you put plywood at the bottom at the back of that, and then you put the chip rough on top and let them punch that. That's the way you curb all this. There'd be a lot of guys with broken knuckles, I guess. But not me, but I can't even punch a hole in it anyway as it is. But you guys all have a good day, and I sure wish that we as First Nations grow together, that we progress in a way that we get better at doing what being First Nations, respecting each other. So we win, while we win, helping each other, respecting each other, and be humble. Don't go puffing out and say, "Oh, well, like me." You know, just be humble. You know, long ago, people used to be humble. They wouldn't point at anybody. That's why we point with lips today. But have a good day, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Vince, for those kind words and also your update. One thing we forgot to mention, how many went seeing the Buffalo release here this year? It was a very powerful day that day. And anyway, the buffalo that we received were from Claresholm, Alberta, and that buffalo we received, we did not pay one nickel for them. Those were gifted to us from another nation. So in 3 years from now, when the buffalo are mature, the babies that they have, we're going to gift those 25 buffalo to another nation. So just to let you guys know, that's where the buffalo came from, and the fencing that came up with that was also part of a proposal driven. That the land is done with the book receiving buffalo from the money from the federal government to repatriate buffalo back to our nation. So it actually, and Brian couldn't be here today. He had another commitment he had to get to, but he wishes everybody a good day, and he worked very hard on his buffalo project. I remember when he brought this message to the table, you know, it was like, okay, well, we'll go ahead and try it out, you know. So actually, Brian took it upon himself, and he led that process to get the buffalo back to our nation. So hands off to Brian for all the hard work that he's done so far with the youth as well. So, The financial piece, we're gonna post on our website, so you guys can go through it as well. And, actually, we're gonna get Don online with the Facebook Live to present his, financial piece maybe in a week or so. So if you have any questions, you can have real-time questions for Don. And the financial statements that he has, we're gonna post online today. In fact, they're back there as you came in as well. So with that in mind, we're gonna turn the mic over to Arlene and Don Ross. Arlene Pinay, Don Ross. Don Ross is gonna be leading the Constitution reading as well as electrical reading. Okay, is there any questions so far that that people want to ask? Any questions so far? I see no questions asked. So anyways, if you have any other questions, maybe just email Stephen or myself the questions and we can present it to the council so we can relay the answers to everybody online as well. All right? So with Arlene, here we go, Arlene, with the committee planning as well as, she's going to spend a few moments on it, then we're going to go into the Constitution.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arlene Pinay. I'm the community planner for the nation. I'm from Cote, of course, Cote band member, proud member from Cote. My mother and father is late Maureen, or Big Girl Subright. My dad is Grant. He's my dad that raised me. I do have ties in Kisakus as my. I do have my dad was actually born and raised in Kisakus as well, late Vincent Hughes. So, and I also come from Kijik and Duties and JD and Hilda and their clan as well. So I just wanted to share a little about where I'm from. So I put together, I just wanted to spend 5-10 minutes on community planning. I have your attention, so I think this is really important. I want to thank Elder Reg for the prayer and the drum group for their song that they sang this morning. So very quickly, before I bring Don Ross up here with me, I just wanted to just give a quick background on the community development. You've probably seen us over the last 5 years, kind of surveys and just kind of visiting with membership during engagement sessions. So the Community Development Initiative began in February of 2017. And when it began, Cote, actually, we were part of the second wave of nations in Saskatchewan that agreed to participate in this initiative. Engagement of membership occurred both on and off reserve to get feedback. You probably answered a questionnaire or participated in providing some feedback. So the community plan essentially was a plan based on the feedback of our membership, both on and off reserve. And when we were out there, and actually Rob Cote was with me at the time when we were doing the surveys, we asked membership, when you were filling out those surveys, to not just think about today or next year or the 5 years, we asked you to think about the next 25 years for responding to those questions. And in 2019 of October, Chief and Council reviewed and ratified that community plan. So that was awesome, right? We went word for word, they reviewed that word for word, and they supported it by ratifying that community plan. And that community plan is a living, breathing document. It's an evergreen document, which is meaning it's always changing. So fast track to today, there's approximately 50 plus nations in Saskatchewan that are participating in the CDI initiative. Cote has the longest serving community planner in Saskatchewan. So as a result of that, I think Cote we're looked at by other nations in Saskatchewan in terms of how we developed, how we implemented, what are some of our successes, some of our challenges. We've been asked, right? So there's just a couple of presentations that we have done. I know the Chief, Stephen, and I went and presented to a 350 plus staff from ISK and FNIB back in 2019. Of course, we have nations that come to us and say, hey, can you share with us how it's worked out with you and your nation? And just most recently, I actually met with the Takakuk just the other day online, sharing with them our journey, our successes, our challenges when it comes to community planning. We also presented an emergency management conference
And actually, in the next couple of weeks, Chief and I will be presenting at a conference in March. So there is a new federal initiative. I've just heard about this. They provided me little information. All I know is that Cote is a part of this pilot project. And this pilot project is hopefully going to help us achieve some of those bigger ticket items in our community plan. And when I say bigger ticket items, talking about the multi-purpose center, talking about a governance center, talking about a bigger youth center. And these are all things that came from the community plan, from you guys, from the membership. So that's very, very exciting that we're one of two in the south that they're actually looking at. So keep you guys posted on that. I just laid out here some of the role of community development and just kind of listed out some of the projects that we've helped, that we've assisted, that we've supported recently over the years. So just highlighted some of those: strengthening communication, financial administration law, strategic planning, governance committee, policy review, band hall upgrades, technology upgrades, COVID-19, capacity building, gardening, youth engagements, asset management, and of course, proposal and grant writing. So I want to point this out with the mentoring. I've been very blessed to actually work with 3 young men from our community. And those 3 young men, of course, are Stephen Bryant, whom everybody knows, Sean Delorme, and now Judge Cote. I've been very blessed to work with them. And I wanted to highlight that because I think that's very, very important. And of course, we support and assist where needed, where requested. So I just wanted to highlight that real quick, okay, before we go into the next presentation. Okay, so this kind of leads into the next presentation, which of course we're going to be talking about the Community Constitution and the Election Act. And with me on my left here is Don Ross. Don Ross is actually, I'll give Don the mic to actually introduce himself.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Don Ross. I'm from the George Gordon First Nation. I've been involved in government relations and business development consultant for the last 30 years. Spent a lot of time working with other First Nations as well as my own. I've been privileged to come in and be asked by your chief of council if I could assist with your band election code that you're going through. Today, we're going to be doing the 3rd and final reading, which means you'll get into your band custom code, and your next election will fall under the if approved today, everything will go forward as under the new code. And I think you've seen most of it already, but I'll let Arlene kind of walk you through the presentation. And then the second reading is going to be on your community plan. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So I just want to go forward. I know you've been sitting a long time, so I don't want to spend too much time. We'll just wait for questions.
Thank you, Don. So I'm going to get right into it here. So giving you a quick introduction on the background of how we got to where we are today. So with the Band Custom Election Act, there's recommendations and there's some rationale there that we're going to lay out, and as well with the Community Constitution. So I talked about the comprehensive community plan. There is actually, again, that's a community-led plan. This came from the membership. I took an excerpt out of there, and it actually speaks to the one theme. There's 10 themes in there. One of them is governance. And in that theme, there's a goal. And if you see that goal says to establish bylaws and policies to support community development. And a couple of those action items, number 1 is develop a constitution. Number 2 is review and update all policies to ensure business is conducted equitably. Number 3, update the Custom Election Act. to reflect member preferences from the engagement. So that's taken right out of the community plan. And of course, leadership have seen this, leadership are aware of this, and they supported this wholeheartedly. So I wanted to highlight that. So as I said earlier, leadership met and ratified the plan in November 2019. Of course, we actually did an additional survey as a result of this, and that was solely and specifically on the Election Act, both on and off reserve. So we got your feedback, and we had the assistance of some consultants, Urban Systems, and Dan Bellegarde. Dan actually helped compile the questionnaire. Urban Systems helped to actually compile the data from the questionnaire. So I'm going to highlight some of those proposed changes in the Band Custom Election Act. So this is also important, the communication piece. These documents, and as well as a couple of videos, have been placed on our community website for your information, for you to access. They've been there for actually quite some time, and as they get updated, we actually add them to the website. So some of the recommended changes, recommendations for change, and of course we know one of the most important elements in a government is of course the selection of leadership. So we have been, a lot of nations have been operating under the Indian Act over the years. So I just wanted to highlight that's not necessarily our traditional practice. However, it's kind of become kind of our practice. So our Band Custom Election Act was last amended in June of 2004. So that was 17 plus years ago. So there were some recommendations, of course, that came from membership. There was also an evaluation that was conducted by Myers-Norris Penny that recommended certain things. So I just want to highlight the proposed changes, things that are significant in the Band Custom Election Act. And number one is the reduction to the number of council members. So currently we have 1 chief and 12 headmen, and that came from the Indian Act regulations, where it was 1 chief and 1 headman for every 100 members, up to a maximum of 12 headmen. So that was the first, again, based on your feedback. The next recommendation, was to reduce the size of council from 8 to 8 from 12 councils. And what that would do, of course, some of the benefits, there would be a reduction in the annual governance expenses. There would be a reduction in the number of council members, making it easier perhaps for decision-making to occur. Over-governance is a term that sometimes creates issues with effective and efficient decision-making. And of course, the assignment of responsibilities. So that's the first change. The second proposed change to the Band Custom Election Act is accessibility to membership at urban centers. So opening up polling stations, 1 in Regina and 1 in Saskatoon, and of course, keeping the 1 that we have in Cote. There's a note there that there were discussions to have to open up to other urban centers as well. However, the cost, as discussed, was perhaps too great at this time. The third proposed change is an election appeal process. Currently, our Election Act does not have an appeal process. So this new revised Election Act would actually incorporate an appeal mechanism for candidates to appeal. The fourth change is the election date from September to February of the election year. And so it's currently scheduled for September or late August, hey guys? So discussions actually, they felt that perhaps February, if there's a new leadership coming in February, then they would have access to new budgets, right? It'd be an easier transition. when they're transitioning to new leadership and preparing, of course, for the upcoming fiscal year. Along with this proposed change, and as discussed at the first reading and the second reading, so this is the third reading, which is really to accept or reject this election act. So along with this, and as discussed previously, if this election act is passed, there would be an extension, a one-time extension for the term of office, current term of office, current chief and council. And it would extend to February 2023, and of course, every 3 years thereafter. The fifth and final significant change is the nomination fee increase. So right now, to run for the chief position, it's $300, and they're going to increase it to $500. And it's recommended to increase the council member fee from $100 to $300. So it was last amended in June 2004. The first reading occurred in November 2018. It was read in its entirety. Second reading was January 17, 2020. And of course, we all know COVID hit, right? So COVID came and was a part of our world after January 2020. So thus now, 2 years later, we're having the third and final reading. So I wanted to highlight that, and I think that's it for that review process. That is it.
So I guess today now it's because this is the third and final reading, and those are the changes. Those are the 5 major changes to your election act. And so if the people here today move forward with a vote to say yes, they support third reading, and then the vote goes forward as approved, then that will become your new election law for Cote First Nation, and your new election will happen, your next election will happen in February of 2023, and then 3 years after that, every 3 years, and that would be the laws of the band custom of election acts for Cote First Nation. So I just want to make sure everybody here is aware of the change, the finality of the change. And so once it's read, if you want to, we'll start the reading. We officially have to read it as third reading, and then we'll vote on it, and then that becomes your law if it's approved. So I'm going to ask Arlene to read it. We have to do it. I know it's tedious that we have to go through it, but we have to officially read the act one more time under your election code, and then once it's read into the record, then it can be voted on, and then that becomes the new law with the new changes. So does anybody have any questions before we get Arlene reading it? No, we're good. We're good to go. There is one. Okay, we'll go forward. Go ahead, Arlene.
Where's Judge? Is Judge here? Okay, so this is a copy of this election act that I have on the screen is in the back on the table if you did not grab a copy. So the first page, of course, is your table of contents. It lays out the definitions, composition, eligible candidates, timing of and location of election, election officials, nomination meeting, notice of election day, voting procedures, vote count, election appeal process, vacancy, term of office, oath of office, amendments, Appendix A, oath of office, Appendix B, status of legislation. So here is the Cote First Nation Custom Election Act definitions. A, act means this Cote First Nation Custom Election Act. B, primary residence is that place which has been adopted by the person as his or her home, and specifically where a person usually sleeps. Secondary residence shall be the place which has been established by the person and which serves as his residence during the work week. D, council means the band council of Cote First Nation and shall consist of those powers elected to the position of chief or councillor pursuant to the provisions of this act. E, electoral officer means the person appointed by resolution of the council pursuant to section 2 to manage the electoral process according to this act. F, deputy electoral officer means a person or persons appointed by the electoral officer to assist in the electoral process. G, electoral means a person who is a member of the Cote First Nation and is the full age of 18 years on the day which the election is held. H, polling station, means building, hall, or room which is selected to be the site for voting to take place. I, for the purpose of this act, words that describe any gender shall include all genders. Section 1, composition of the council. The council of the Cote First Nation shall consist of 1 chief and 8 councillors. Section 2, eligible candidates. Candidates for chief or council must meet the following criteria. The candidate must be an electoral listed on the voters list at the time of the nomination meeting. 2, the candidate must be able to travel extensively. 3, the candidate must not have any convictions of an indictable offense within the 5 years preceding the nomination meeting. 4, the candidate must provide a declaration of criminal record which is available from the local RCMP or municipal police service. The declaration must have been processed within the 30 days prior to the nomination meeting. The candidate must not be in debt to the Cote First Nation government, its programs or institutions, and the candidate must have a primary or secondary residence within 50 kilometers of the Cote First Nation within 60 days of the election. Section 3, timing and location of the election. Number 3, at least 60 working days prior to the election date, the council shall set the dates and location of the nomination meeting and the election. The first election under this act shall be during the last week of February 2023, meaning that the current term of the chief and council, September 2019 to September 22, shall be extended to February 2023, and subsequent elections under this act shall be 3 years from that date of the first election under this act. Section 4, election officials. At the same time as setting the time and location of the nomination meeting and election, the council shall issue a request for proposals for an electoral officer. 5, the council shall also request names of anyone from outside of the Cote First Nation membership who may wish to serve on a 3-member election appeal tribunal. 6, at least 45 working days prior to the day of the election, the council shall draw up a list of at least 2 names of potential electoral officers and at least 3 names of potential tribunal members. 7, at least 40 working days prior to the election date, the council shall bring the names and resumes to a meeting of Cote electors who are over the age of 55 years, which has been duly convened for the sole purpose of selecting an electoral officer and an election appeal tribunal. 8, the members at the above mentioned meeting shall be asked by a show of hands to select an electoral officer and rank order the other names. Number 9, if the selected electoral officer does not accept the position within 3 days, it will be offered to the next applicant as rank ordered at the meeting. If necessary, the process will be repeated until the electoral officer is in place. Number 10, the members at the above mentioned meeting shall be asked by a show of hands to select 3 individuals to make up the election appeal tribunal. Number 11, the council shall appoint a tribunal administrator who will usually be a senior staff member of the Cote First Nation who shall provide administrative and logistical support to the tribunal. 12, the electoral officer shall establish an election record to contain copies of all documentation related to the election. 13, the electoral officer shall hire a deputy electoral officer, security, and other staff as required. 14, the electoral officer shall prepare a voters list containing the names of all the electors. 15, the voters list shall be posted at the band office and on the Cote First Nation website. 16, any person who is on the membership list but is not on the voters list must produce 1 valid piece of identification before being added to the voters list. 17, any person who claims to be an elector but is not on the voters list or on the membership list must produce 2 valid pieces of identification, one of which must be an Indian status card before being added to the voters list. 18, additions to the voters list can be done prior to the election day or at the polling station on election day. Section 5, nomination meeting. At least 14 days before the nomination meeting, the electoral officer shall post a notice at the band office and other places it deems necessary. 20, the notice of nomination meeting shall contain A, the time, date, and place of the nomination meeting, B, the position or positions open for election, and C, criteria for eligibility for nomination. 21, at the time and place advertised, the electoral officer shall declare the nomination meeting open for the positions of 1 chief and 8 councillors. 22, the electoral officer shall keep the nomination meeting open for a period of 2 hours. 23, the electoral officer shall maintain order at all times during the nomination meeting and may cause to be removed any persons who, in his opinion, is disrupting or otherwise interfering with the meeting. 24, only electors may nominate or second the nomination of any person to serve as chief or councillor. 25, an elector nominate only once or second only once for each of the positions of chief and councillor, meaning that the elector's name can appear a maximum of 2 times during the nomination meeting. 26, an individual may be nominated for 1 position only. 27, all candidates must be present at the nomination meeting and must accept or decline their nomination immediately. 28, the electoral officer shall collect nomination fees from the candidates and deliver them to the Cote Director of Operations to be deposited into the Cote General Account to be used to help offset election expenses. 29, a deposit of $500 must be paid at the time of nomination by all candidates for the position of chief. 30, a deposit of $300 must be paid at the time of nomination by all candidates for the position of councillor. 31, the deposit shall be by cash, money order, or certified check made payable to the Cote First Nation, and a receipt for the deposit shall be given to the candidate by the electoral officer. 32, each candidate will be required to complete a nomination acceptance form to be also signed by the electoral officer. 33, upon acceptance, the candidate may deliver an acceptance speech outlining their reasons for running for office. A candidate for chief may speak for 10 minutes and a candidate for councillor may speak for 5 minutes. 34, each candidate shall be given a copy of the Election Act and a copy of the voters list. 35, within 5 days after the nomination meeting, the electoral officer shall have ballots prepared with the full name and complete names. Nicknames used by the candidate may be used as requested by candidates, listed in alphabetical order and color-coded for position of chief and councillor. 36, a candidate may withdraw his name at any time before election day by filing with the electoral officer a written withdrawal of his nomination signed by him in the presence of the electoral officer or a commissioner of oaths. 37, any candidate who withdraws shall forfeit his deposit. 38, if ballots have been made up before a candidate withdraws, his name shall remain on the ballot and the names of any such candidates who have withdrawn will be posted at the polling stations. 39, the electoral officer shall declare a candidate elected by acclamation if he is the only candidate for the position of chief or if the number of candidates for councillor are 8 or less. 40, if any of the positions are not filled by acclamation, the electoral officer will announce the date and place of the election to be held 14 days from the nomination meeting. Section 6, notice of election day, number 41, the electoral officer shall, not less than 14 days prior to the date scheduled for the election, post a notice setting out the times, places, and dates for voting. 42, such notice shall be posted in the band office and other conspicuous public places as deemed necessary by the electoral officer. Section 7, voting procedures. 43, polls shall be held in Saskatoon, Regina, and Cote. 44, the electoral officer, deputy electoral officers, and security officers shall be in attendance at the times and places as is set out in the notice of polling station. 45, all candidates shall be entitled to 1 scrutineer who shall be an elector of Cote First Nation in the polling station. That the forms that identify the scrutineer shall be presented to the electoral officer prior to the opening of the poll. 46, the electoral officer shall hold the urban polling stations open for at least 8 hours. 47, the electoral officer shall obtain sufficient ballot boxes and other equipment as necessary to establish and equip the polling station. 48, the electoral officer shall construct or erect polling booths at the location set out in the notices, and the polling booths shall be such that the privacy of the voter is maintained. 49, the electoral officer shall, immediately before beginning the vote, open the ballot boxes and call those present to witness that they are empty. 50, the electoral officer shall then lock the boxes and shall place it in public view for the reception of the ballots, and the boxes shall not be unlocked until the vote count. 51, eligible voters, if requested, must produce a valid government-issued piece of photo identification. 52, persons presenting themselves for the voting shall, upon being confirmed by the electoral officer or deputy electoral officer as an elector, shall be given 2 ballots, each of a different color, one for the election of the chief and one for 8 councillors. 53, the electoral officer or a deputy shall initial each ballot. 54, each elector shall proceed to voting booth and shall place an X opposite the name of his chosen candidates. 55, while any elector is in the voting booth, no other person shall be allowed in the same compartment or be in any position from where they can see how the elector is voting. 56, in the event an elector requires assistance to mark his ballot, only the electoral officer or deputy electoral officer shall accompany the elector in the voting booth. 57, each elector shall then deposit the ballots in the boxes supplied. 58, the electoral officer or deputy electoral officer shall note upon the voter list any irregularity in connection with voting and shall list any ballots involved as being spoiled or unused. 59, a voter who has inadvertently spoiled his ballot shall return it to the electoral officer or a deputy electoral officer who shall write the word "canceled" upon the ballot and shall reissue ballots to the voter. 60, any person who has received ballots and who leaves the polling place without delivering the ballots to the electoral officer or a deputy electoral officer, or after receiving the ballots refuses to vote, shall forfeit his right to vote at the election. 61, in such cases, the electoral officer or deputy electoral officer shall make an entry in the voters list in column for remarks opposite the name of such person to show that such person received the ballots and declined to vote. 62, if the electoral officer or the deputy electoral officer is able to recover such ballot, he shall mark upon the face of the ballots the words "decline," and all ballots so marked shall be preserved. 63, every elector who is inside the polling station when the electoral officer calls for the end of the voting process shall be entitled to vote before the poll is closed. 64, the use of electronic recording devices, including cell phones, will not be allowed in the polling stations. 65, the electoral officer shall maintain order at all times in the polling station and may remove any person who in any way interferes, disrupts, or attempts to influence the orderly conduct of the poll. Section 8, vote count. 66, immediately following the close of the poll on the Cote First Nation, the electoral officer shall count the ballots from all polling stations. 67, the electoral officer shall examine all ballots and enlist any assistance that he requires to carry out a transparent and effective process. 68, while examining the ballots, the electoral officer shall reject any that are not initialed by the electoral officer or a deputy electoral officer. 69, the electoral officer shall reject any ballots that, in his opinion, do not give a clear indication of the voter's choice. 70, the electoral officer shall reject any of the ballots that have more votes than there are vacancies for that position on the ballot. 71, the electoral officer shall reject any ballots upon which anything appears by which the voter can be identified. 72, the electoral officer shall take a note of any objections made by any scrutineer to any of the ballots and decide any questions arising from the objection. 73, the electoral officer shall number such objections and place a corresponding number on the back of the ballot with the word allowed or disallowed as the case may be with his initials. 74, the electoral officer shall keep account of the votes given for each candidate from the ballots not rejected, make a signed statement of the number of votes given to each candidate and of the number of ballots rejected. 75, if a tie vote occurs for any of the positions, the electoral officer shall immediately order a recount for that position. 76, if there is a tie after the recount, the names of those candidates who are tied shall be placed in an empty ballot box and the electoral officer shall draw a name to decide the successful candidate. 77, any candidate can ask for an immediate recount for his position if the difference in vote count is 5 or less. 78, the electoral officer shall declare these candidates elected that received the highest number of votes. 79, on the day after the election, the electoral officer shall post a signed statement at the band office showing the number of votes cast for each candidate and a list of those elected to office. 80, following the election announcement, the electoral officer shall complete and sign an election report in triplicate, which shall contain a list of all candidates, the number of ballots cast, the number of votes for each candidate, the number of assisted or interpreted voters, and the number of spoiled ballots, and the number of rejected ballots. 81, the electoral officer shall forward 1 copy to the Regional Director, Indigenous Services Canada, 1 copy to the Cote First Nations Director of Operations, and 1 copy to be retained by the electoral officer. Section 9, election appeal process. 82, the election appeal tribunal shall select a chairperson from amongst themselves and shall determine its own procedure, which shall be transparent to all participants and the general public through letters and announcements. 83, any candidate may appeal an election or by-election within 14 calendar days following the date of the election or by-election. 84, appeals shall be restricted to the following grounds. Election practices which contravene this act, illegal, fraudulent, or criminal activity which may have affected the outcome of the election or by-election. 85, the appellant must deliver the following to the tribunal administrator: a notice of appeal outlining the appellant's name, address, phone number, and grounds for the appeal, including the name of the respondents and all material facts and evidentiary documents. 2, a non-refundable appeal fee in the amount of $1,000 in the form of cash, money order, or certified check made payable to the Cote First Nation. 86, the tribunal shall set a date for a hearing to be within 21 days of the filing of the appeal and ensure that all documents are disclosed to the appellant and respondent. 87, at the appeal hearing, the appellant and the respondent shall be given the opportunity to present evidence and argument in support of their respective positions. 88, upon conclusion of the appeal hearing, the tribunal shall announce a decision within 5 days, and its decision shall, 1, determine whether the appellant has proven the grounds for appeal set out in the notice of appeal, and 2, determine whether the evidence as presented may reasonably have affected the outcome of the election or by-election under appeal. 89, where the election appeal tribunal rules in favor of the appeal, a new election shall be ordered or a declaration made to elect the candidate with the next highest number of votes. 90, the tribunal shall make recommendations for enforcement of the decision. And 91, all decisions of the tribunal shall be final and binding. We're almost done, guys. Section 10, vacancy. 92, a chief or councillor position on the band council shall be deemed vacant if 1, he is convicted of indictable offense, 2, he does not adhere to the residency rules, 3, he resigns or is employed in any position for the Cote First Nation, 4, he is incapacitated by injury or illness that impairs his ability to carry out the duties of his office for a significant period of time, and 5, he fails to adhere to the oath of office, conflict of interest policy, code of conduct, or other applicable rules of good governance within the Cote First Nation. 93, the procedure for the removal from office of any of the elected officials shall be contained in Cote law or policy as developed from time to time, such as an Administration of Government Act. 94, if the chief or councillor is charged with an indictable offense while holding office, he shall be automatically suspended without pay until the matter has been dealt with by the court. 95, if acquitted, the suspension shall be lifted immediately, and the chief or council shall be paid any salary that may have resulted from the suspension. Section 11, term of office. The term of office for a band council shall be 3 years. The next general election shall be held every 3 years on a date fixed by the chief and council as close to the anniversary of the election as possible. 98, if a vacancy occurs on council and there is more than 18 months before the upcoming general election, the council may conduct a by-election according to the process within this act. Section 12, oath of office. An oath of office shall be administered by an elder to each newly elected chief and councillors before a justice of the peace, notary public, or commissioner of oaths at a time and place to be determined by the band council. 100, the standards of conduct of elected officials shall be set out by regulations as set out in the Cote First Nation law and policy, such as an Administration of Governance Act. Section 13, amendments. 101, the chief and councillor will call 3 general band assemblies for the purpose of amending this act. 1, the first general band assembly shall be the purpose of reviewing this act and in introducing any proposed amendments. 2, the second general assembly shall be for the purpose of discussing any proposed amendments, at which time further amendments may be proposed and discussed. And 3, the third general band assembly shall be for the purpose of voting on the proposed amendments. I think it's 102. 102, voting at the third general band assembly shall be by show of hands, and a simple majority of the Cote First Nation members present is required to approve any amendments. 103, any amendments made to this act from time to time do not affect the tenure of office of the band council in place at the time of such amendment.
Okay, that's it, guys. I know it was, it has to be done, as far as your band custom election act is concerned. It has to be a third reading, and it's third and final, as it was stated at the end there, 102, and a show of hands. So what I'm gonna ask for today, because I know this is the third and final reading of your new election code, band custom act. So I'm gonna ask for a show of hands that are here today. Show me that you support the third reading. And then this will become the law, the election law for Cote First Nation. So, question? Yeah. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mike.
Anis Godinova, I'm not here to disrupt or to hurt feelings, but I want to speak from my mind. Okay, I have we're a group of elders from the community here. We just organized this past year, and we're called the Chanisna Pekaganaminduak. That means elderly knowledge keepers, yeah. And one of the things that we want to see happen in our reserve is to have everything going right for our people, like to support the chief and council if they're doing right. And if the chief and council are not doing right, then we want to step in and let them know that, to go the right route there. That's our concern. This Band Customs Act, a lot of us are not, we don't like that. We don't like the way that it really came about. And a lot of people don't like it, but people don't speak up or scared to speak up, yeah? But as an elder, like I feel I have a right to speak up because we say we get our knowledge from our elders, which is true. The chief, I heard him say one time, we invite our elders to the council chambers to listen. We don't just listen. As elders, we have to give you advice. We have to give you counsel, and you need to remember that as chief and council. We're elders, and you need to listen to us. This Band Customs Act that we're talking about, look at us, we're just a few here. We're not even a handful, we're not even 1/10. Are we going to represent our people, the rest of the 3,000 people? This gentleman here is asking for a show of hands. Like, how many of us are going to say, yes, we want it passed? Well, as elders, I speak for our elders that have organized. We're not going to go with it. We don't agree with it. And we're going to be talking to our people. And the rest of the people that are here, if you don't agree with it, please speak up. Because if you don't speak up, this is what's going to happen for the years to come. And we want the best for our children there. And the chief and council are trying their best to do what is right. But a lot of times they do it on their own without consulting us there. A lot of things are happening at the band office we're not aware of. Obviously, they're doing a lot of good work, but we don't know what they're doing. So as people, as elders, as people of the community, we need to speak up. Don't be afraid to speak up. Let these people know We voted them in. They have a right to know how we feel, eh? And as an elder, this is my feeling. I don't agree with this band customs act. In the past, we had it, and it was never followed. It was never followed through. There's always changes made. We need a solid band custom act, a solid one where everybody's going to benefit, not just the chief and council. It's got to be valid so that we all can live in harmony with one another. And again, as an elder, I speak up because in the past, we always listen to our elders, and I'm not here to, try and discredit anybody or to try and make friends with anybody, but this is on behalf of our elders, this is how we feel, okay? Regrets.
Thank you. Go ahead, Roger.
Darcy, we got some more questions, comments? No.
And why are you trying to trick us here, like, by letting us vote for this paper? And if we vote for this paper and we say yes, that means this is law. This is not law. We say no, we say no. But we need our council. If there's only going to be 8 councils, big family members are going to run the band. So we need everybody involved. 12 councils, they're not 8. This is crazy. But I'm the elder. We're gonna be judged pretty soon. Watch your path. I'm talking about my way. All the things that I was told from my grandfather. It's already here. And this is just tricking us. I don't agree with this. I think it should be done by the right way, like the people that already lived before. It wasn't that bad. Now they're trying to cut 4 councils out. 8 councils, the big family members are going to run the whole show. We don't have a plan. We're just a little family of us North Koreans. Yes, we are. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to explain to all the amendments. Wasn't council.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just for clarity's sake, I think it's important to advise you, those proposed changes in the reduction of council to 8 did not come from chief and council. It did not come from me. It came from the surveys, it came from the feedback that we got from membership both on and off reserve. So I think that's important to highlight. Okay, thank you.
Justin, okay, another comment here?
Hi, everybody. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the prayers that were said this morning and the singers, and glad that everybody showed up here, whoever's here. And one thing that I don't know what, there is 2 election acts out there, 2 different kinds. I don't know what that is. But there's 2 papers that I picked up from the front.
Yeah, that's the existing one, the
The existing
2004,
one?
and this is the revised one.
Okay, well, in this revised one, I don't agree with, if we don't vote yes here, that I don't agree with having 8 councillors. I don't agree with that. I advise very carefully to which way you vote, because I like the 12 councils. Just as Corinne said, the North Koreans here will be forgotten. And I don't agree with that. That's the only thing. Like I loved all what everybody had to say today, and I'd like to ask. I don't know how you would be able to change this to leave it as 12. We have to. Yeah, show of hands. We have to leave this at 12. It's very important. I don't think there's no harm in it. Because 12 councillors, everybody's got to make bridge.
I just just, also just want to highlight, sorry, and I think it's important to highlight, again, just with the reduction. Cote is under a management action plan, also known as a MAP, they call it. And that was a recommendation that came forward from ISC as well, of course, Indigenous Services Canada, which is one of our bigger funders. And that's administered through, and we had talked about that through the Myers-Norris Penny evaluation. So I wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you.
So I guess going forward, so going forward, I think that I'm very strong. I'm a traditional guy myself, and I've always liked to go by consensus and what our elders are saying. And so if there is a consensus in the room, because it's a show of hands, like I said earlier, there's going to be a vote yes or no to accept it's your custom act, not mine, it's yours. And I will follow the direction of the community and the leadership. So I think that if there's an amendment that wants to, somebody wants to make that amendment to keep it at 12, from what I heard from the elders, then I would ask somebody to make that motion to amend it as 12, and then we would make the change to 12 in the election act, and then we would vote on it.
I would at 12.
Okay, I got a mover and the name. I need you.
My name is not Kelly.
So, Kelly, votes, we need someone else to second.
Seconder. Okay, we got a gentleman up front here.
Randy Fryer, seconds that motion. Question.
Question's been called. All in favor of the amendment? Back to move it to 12. Back to 12. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none, so it's carried unanimously that there will be 12 going forward. Now I'm going to ask for a motion to accept your Cote First Nation third reading as amended to 12, from 8 back to 12 as for the council positions. So somebody want to make that motion? Byron makes it. A seconder.
I'll second it.
Okay. Loretta.
Francis Whiteout.
Francis. Okay. Question.
All call question.
Question's been called. So that, just make sure this is third reading of your election, Ban Custom Election Act, going forward with one amendment as presented, that it would go from 8 to 12 councillors, would stay at 12, and one chief and 12 councillors. And as third reading, that this will be the rules of your election going forward for the next election and following process. So everybody in favor, show of hands, please. Okay, anybody opposed? No, I see two opposed, or one opposed, okay. Okay, it's carried. So, thank you for that, you have a,
Tribunal thing, it says that the council has to, elect an administrator. How about we have a bunch of elders agreeing to have a tribunal, their vote for having the vote administrator.
yeah, well, it's in, now that we've got an election code, you've got your new Ban Custom Election Act, and the tribunal, I think the chief of council will have to appoint the tribunal, and I'm sure they'll listen to your elders, you guys, listen to your elders. Yeah, so. Okay. Yeah.
So today we voted, so the council will unite and not in September, next year in February.
It's in February, your next election is gonna be for 12 councillors and one chief, and it's gonna be held in February. So 1 year from now, just 11 months from now.
Excuse me, but what is the reason for the extension?
Yeah.
It doesn't say here, and then they put for COVID, they're lifting the restrictions on COVID. So that, I'm just wondering why the 6 month extension?
was the 6 months extension?
Yes, because
It's based upon on the fiscal year. So the new house inspected and it'll go on to the new fiscal year, starting fresh. That's correct. So the reasoning is, so the new council has a clean sheet to start on April 1st. That's what the reasoning is behind that. And also, it's part of the new election code as well, any amendments made.
Well, actually, in the way you're stating everything in the papers, you should have stated that for the people that don't understand. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your words.
You're welcome. I think we could have another vote, so people would understand, right?
So the election date was set here on, for September to February. Currently, the schedule for the chief council we presented would be a one-time extension to February 23rd. Because of the transition to new leadership as well as the new fiscal year coming in for March 31st. And so that was the rationale that was presented at first reading, at second reading, and now at third reading. So that ends. We can't have a recall, I'm sorry.
Explain to them that we explain. What we voted on just now is that we amended the 8 councilors to 12.
Yeah, what we voted on was,
What we voted on just now, what you guys all just voted on was amending the 8 councilors back to 12, right? How in this new election act, you're trying to make it 8, and what you guys all just voted on was to leave it at 12, right? That's what you guys just voted on, right? What was the second one? And the second was to accept the election. The paper up here, right, that you just read out. What's that? Okay, hang on. What did you say, Jason? They said they didn't want to accept the election. Here.
so I'm sorry if you guys didn't understand what we intended, but the first vote was to change it from 8 to 12, and then that was accepted, and then the second vote was to accept the election code with the changes from 8 to 12, as I said. I thought I was clear. Any question? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we had 2 votes. We had the first vote was from 8 to 12. That was the first vote. I asked everybody to hold up their hand for change, and I asked everybody to hold up their hand to adopt the election code with the change. We have more votes coming now. Now there's no more votes. It's done. You've got the election code now. That was the third reading.
I was gonna make a comment on the tribunal.
Come on up and make a comment, yeah. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. Yeah, well,
Sorry, sir.
Way back, first started thinking of election, I kind of had a, that was something that came to my mind regarding the tribunal. Just a little word of caution. The tribunal, good word, or should be a big factor in an election. To get really the political stuff you have on the tribunal. That's how we ended up in federal court twice. And that's why we didn't have an appeal process based on the way the rules were drawn. That's all we did. But if you start looking at the tribunal, and move back to the court system, going up court, court, we had enough division, we need citizens common experience.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. Next is the community constitution document. This is second reading. And so is everybody ready to go through this document? Because it's your second reading now. And I know it's tedious work, but we have to, like, officially, if you want to adopt the community constitution, that would be the constitution of the Cote First Nation and your people, then that's the process.
Okay, you know what? I think a lot of people had a misunderstanding there, right? Hang on a second. A lot of people had a misunderstanding there. You guys all agreed to vote for the amendment from 8 to 12, right? Right? Move from 8 to 12? Yeah. But then he asked everybody to vote in favor of the Election Act. And everybody put their hands up again, right? So I don't know, I think you guys all had a misunderstanding there, right? Because I know I did too. So I don't know, man, like, who? No, I'm trying to speak up for these people that are confused out there. No, man, I'm trying to speak up for these people that didn't understand what was going on here. They didn't understand, they're just as confused as I am. Okay, so do you guys agree that you didn't understand that second vote? They should have separated it and explained it a little bit better, right? Because right away they went into that second vote, everybody still thought we were voting for the 12, right? Because that's the way I see it. And to me, that's a fast one, you know what I mean? So I don't know about that second vote.
I apologize for that. That's my fault if I rushed. I don't want to rush anybody because it's important. This is important work that the community is taking. I know this is your third reading, and so I'm assuming that the first reading and the second reading, there was lots of discussion on these documents before I came along, and the community had a chance, I know, to go online, because that's what I did. I went online to read all your documents to make sure that that the community had access to all the information. And my job is to make sure that you just keep moving to facilitate the process and make sure that you're moving forward with your wishes, because it's your wishes, it's the community wishes that need to be heard. And I'm assuming they were heard in first reading, and I'm assuming they were heard in second reading, and now this is third and final reading, which I know it causes some dissension, and I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that everybody understood what the process is and what it is going forward. And that's why I wanted to ensure that if there's an amendment to go back from 8 to 12, which I just kind of made a judgment call in this room that yes, that was the wishes of everybody in the room. And I looked at the leadership and they were nodding at me. They're prepared to do that, even though it should have been done at second reading and not at third. That amendment to go back from 8 to 12, because I'm assuming it went from 12 to 8 in first reading and second reading. And those debates were happened in the room before I was around. But I've accepted the amendment that the community and the elders said they want to go from 8 to 12, and that was the decision. So I'm going to ask you again, now that it's 12, I'm going to ask for another show of hands to accept the amendment from 8 to 12 and to accept your band election code, custom act code for third reading. So I'm going to ask for hands again. All in favor of what was put on the table? We had a mover and a seconder already, so.
Election in September. I can't understand you. You're holding that mic too close to your mouth.
Sorry.
What are we voting on?
You're voting on your man custom act as I presented it, as it was read out loud with one amendment. The amendment was go back to 12 councils. That's what you're voting on. And so it was read for third reading, Arlene read it out verbatim, and that's what you're voting on. You're voting on what she read to you, word for word, except we're changing it from 8 to 12 councils. That's what we're voting. So does everybody understand? Is it clear?
It's not fair for us to vote. There's 3,000 people in the community. What about the other people? What system was there? Are we going to vote for the other people? It's not fair. It's not fair to our other members, to ask for a vote. It's not fair at all. I'm not going to be voting for somebody else. I'm not going to be accountable for something that's going to go wrong in the future.
Arlene, I think what we need to do is we need to clarify to our membership the amendments within the act and those alone. Because when they're voting, there's some confusion. And what's included in the yes/no vote is what needs to be clarified.
So as an elder, I'd like to make a suggestion. If you keep the council, if you're going to give somebody, to work on your behalf, get somebody that knows what they're doing. Right now, this guy office is maybe in an area, but it's not meeting the needs of the people here. We're all being confused. Like I have no, it's probably not that, but not in this area. Yeah, if somebody has not somebody that's going to confuse us.
Thank you, Don. This is something that us as the leadership, we didn't reach membership brought it to us to give you guys and in our president also whatever it said, it was whoever said enemy was something. We posted some stuff. Give everybody an opportunity to come to the meetings this year, section 9.4. Voting in the last general assembly shall show of hands in a simple majority of appreciation and the president is required to pass any motion with respect to amendments. But since there's a lot of confusion, maybe I'll just return this back to the governance committee and we can review it with the suggestions that we've been here today and we come back and hopefully we'll get more people out than what we have here today so that we can do that. So that's the position I guess we'll take as council here, even council that will return this back to governance committee. We did try to accommodate what the membership wanted and see if there's some kind of confusion and concern up here. If anybody has any recommendations, please let us know right now. Corey? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But just overall, the election act, if you want to revisit that another time, so if you want to move on with it, it's going to be a one-time thing for moving our election from September to February, to just use an opportunity for the chief council to have one month preparation for the budget. That was all the recommendation it was, and it was a financial thing. Yeah, Maureen?
What if they put it in a different place where you can pass it so that they can do the factor? Council to factor.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. This council, the chief of council stayed there till February. That's when our elections will be. Yeah. Okay, that's what I want to try to explain. Yeah, just said the majority of the people that are here present, according to our election act, it's unfortunate that was put in place. This was just recommendation, bought the membership. We read this twice. A lot of the members of the board, and sorry we gave some kind of confusion today, but this chief council, this election act will stay until February and then we'll have elections. All right? Okay.
To vote on it, you just go back to your 2004 Assembly Act, and you just go back, and that's clause doesn't change. It's all that, so I'm just following the rules of what I've been told to do in a sense. sense of what has been done by the first reading and second reading. So I'm sorry if I'm confusing everybody. It's not my intent. My intent was to carry out the wishes of the council and also to carry out the wishes of the membership that have approved first reading, second reading, and now third reading. And so the major changes, the election, as we said in the presentation, the major changes of your Van Custom Act is that we go from, you have different polling stations, you have one in Regina, one in Saskatoon, one on the reserve, and you go to a February 3-year term, starting in February of 2023. And now we amended it to keep the council the same, to 12. And so if you want to adopt your third reading, or if you want to go back to your old, to the old custom, that's totally up to the membership here today, because it says at 9.4 that the voting of the General Assembly shall be a show of hands, and a simple majority of the voting First Nations members present is required to pass any motions to amend the Custom Act. So that was done in 2004, and so I'm just following the rules that I've given, that I've read. And so it's the people here that make the final decision on third reading. I hate to say that, but that's the fact and under your own election code, and it's been like that since 2004. And so now it's been 17 years, and so just following the rules of your Van Custom Election Act. And so I just want to make sure you're clear that what the rule is and what you're voting on. And so gonna ask for third reading, because there was a mover and there was a seconder. Unless the mover and the seconder want to say no, they don't want to move and second the motion to adopt third reading. So you're good? So the mover and seconder, yes, I see a hand.
I think that in light of everything that's happening today, this meeting or voting should be scrapped until all membership can have a say. Not just a few.
Yeah, well, we can, if the chief.
People go on computers.
Yeah, but the chief said he's prepared to go back to the committee. And so I'll just follow the direction of your chief and council. And so we'll just table it. And then just so the people know here that you'll be going back to the June 22nd, 2004 Van Custom Code. This is the rule that the chief and council has to follow until there's a future vote on third reading. That's all. Is it, so I need a where's the seconder? Francis, is that okay with you? Do you withdraw your seconder? Okay.
Have a proper assembly where everybody's involved, everybody's included.
Yeah.
We have a lot of older people that don't go online.
No, I agree. Yeah.
And they don't understand, myself included.
Oh, that's good. Okay, so chief, if you're good to go to put, you want to push this back to the meeting? Council?
We are supposed to be the power, the people, you work for us.
Yeah, we'll just take a 5-minute break, so I know, I just want to follow the guidance of what I was brought here to do. And then the community is still in charge, as far as I'm concerned, the community is in charge. And there was a mover and a seconder, and the seconder withdrew her second to adopt the Van Custom. And so there has to be a decision made by your leadership, and they'll take 5 minutes to make a decision what they want to do, because this is third reading, and there has to be a third reading on to change your Van Custom code. Otherwise, you go back to the old, you go back to your June 22nd, 2004 Cote First Nation Custom Election Act. So this act would stay in play. Well, let's take 5 minutes. And your constitution, community constitution, I just want to ask some direction because that's next on the agenda. This is second reading. Has everybody had a chance to go through the community constitutional second reading? And so are we prepared to move forward on second reading? Or do you want to table that too till the next December?
So go ahead, Tilly, pull a name out, we'll do some draws here. Let's draw us for this nice vest, Cote First Nation vest. Beverly Samurai, tell Beverly Samurai. There you go, Andy. Yes. Another one for a nice hoodie. Willie Cote, is Willie Cote in the room? Oh, Willie. We want to draw here. Okay, that's a very good one. Some t-shirts here. Make it fast. Quick, here's what you can have them all. Estella, Darren, I don't like to Estella. Just kidding. Okay, go ahead, keep on. Tyrone, go ahead. He's not here. Miss Ann? Miss Ann, over. Two more. Two more. Murphy, not here. We'll do two more, and we'll be pretty. Jane S. Shane's already here? No, okay. Ringo Friday, Ringo here? Yeah. One more. Oh, Tilly, okay, Tilly. There you go, Tilly. Awesome. Thank you. We'll go back to you, Darcy.
Hello there, thank you for your patience, just got here from the council and, we just like to apologize for our actions here, how we're handling the situation. We, in conclusion, like, I just see an example of, what us as chief and council move out on the table with disagreements, and at the end of the day, we come to a consensus, which a team of chief and council should work like that always, not walk away holding grudges and stuff like that, We always know what's best for our nation, and, we really talked about it, and thought about it, and we want to move forward with this, with these amendments. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. If it passes, it passes. It's up to you guys that are here right now. I know a lot of the membership votes were done with just a handful, and we're really doing the best for our nation. And judging from the reports that you heard today, you could see how much good work is being done. There's a lot of good work that's being done by each council member here, along with the staff members. The membership both on and off reserve, we get compliments when you go into Christmas stores on how great we're doing within the nation. And there's a lot of work that's coming up with the land and I said, and with the council that's here today, with the knowledge that they have, we are all on the same page. There's disagreements at the table, but like I said, at the end of the day, we all come to a consensus. So we agreed here today with the council that we will go ahead and vote on that one amendment from 8 to 12, and a second amendment to move from September to February, with the same chief and council till then, when there's a new chief and council elected on in February. And that move is something that in discussion with ourselves was the new chief and council will have the budgets to work with starting April 1st instead of September. Maybe there's no budget to work with. I know that was a difficult thing that we had when we got elected, that, the budgets weren't what we thought they would be, so we had a lot of work to do to make it work the way it was. So we are looking at the future, for the future chief and council, that you guys, whoever's elected, is ensured that they will be able to have budgets April 1st to work with. That's why we're moving that election to February. This is going to be a one-time thing. The president, chief, and council will be there for an extra 6 months. And after that, the elections will be every 3 years for a chief and 12 council. So really appreciate all the comments that were spoken here. But sitting with my council here, that's what we decided. We want to be on the same page, and we apologize to one another for how we've been presenting ourselves here today. So I'm just going to pass it back to Don.
Thank you, Chief. I guess then I'm going to go with what your constitution says, and given what the chief just said, then I'm here just to follow your third reading based on your first and second reading, and so I'm going to ask again, and the 12 councillors, that amendment already passed. We had a vote on that, so we're going to vote. We voted already to stay as 12 councillors and 1 chief under your proposed Cote First Nation Custom Elections Act. And so as we presented third reading, we're going to make that change to 12, and we'll keep the date the same to February. And I'm going to ask for a vote. We had a mover and a seconder. And so I'm going to ask for a vote. Is everybody in the room, and that's your rules, it's not my rules, it's your rules, that the majority of the people in the room are the ones that certify the Band Custom Elections Act. So with that, I'll call question on the call. Question's been there. So just to be clear on what you're voting for again, you're voting for the proposed changes that we presented in third reading, and Arlene read them out verbatim. And And it's the third time I'm told that that it's been presented to the membership of Cote. These changes came from the Cote membership. And so they were adopted once, they were adopted twice. Now we're adopting them for the third and final time today. With the changes, with the amendment of going back, of keeping 12 councillors. That's what was decided today. We decided to keep 12 councillors, and even though the recommendation was to go to 8, the people here decided to keep it at 12. And so now we're just going to adopt the Cote First Nation Custom Elections Act as presented with the amendment from 8 goes back to 12. And so I want to be clear on that. I'm going to call question, and question's been called, so I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of Cote First Nations Custom Act being adopted for third reading as amended, with back to 12? Show of hands, please. Anybody opposed? I see none. Carried. Thank you very much. I know that it's been a long day, and I know you've got second reading. We've got second reading of the community constitution. Now I'm going to ask for some direction from the membership here today. If they want to hear second reading, or do you want to table that to the next general band meeting? Table? Okay, I'm going to use my chairmanship a little bit and say, okay, we'll table the community constitution second reading for the next AGM of Cote First Nation. So my job is done.
Just closing comments, I guess. I really appreciate what you guys brought to the table today, and it really emphasizes how important that us as chief and council have to work together. You guys just saw an example of what we go through at the table, and then how we deal with it, go back into the chambers, to consensus and come to an agreement, and we don't hold any animosity amongst one another. We don't hold any grudges against one another, because at the end of the day, we gotta go home and see our children and our grandchildren, and also to see you guys as well. But we take the criticism constructively. We don't hold any grudges or any animosity. And I really thank Arlene and her team and all the work that they've done to make this a possibility to improve our nation, to move forward. So there is going to be a lot of good things happening, and I'm going to call up Darcy to say some closing comments, and then Elder Reg, you want to close in prayer, and then we get Robert come to sing a song, give us a song to end the day. So with that, really thank each and every one of you. Darcy, where are you?
For me, I want to thank everybody that showed up today. It shows that we have, we care about our community. We care very deeply about our community, and it shows that I appreciate you voicing your concerns. This is very, very important that you voice your concerns. I'm proud of everybody here today. I'm also a proud member of Cote First Nation. And, at the end of the day, we're all Indians, and we have to get along. So with that, I want to turn it over to the drum. Oh, actually, Reggie first. Sorry. Closing prayer, then we'll move to Scope and Ace for closing drum. Reggie wants to sing a song.
Okay, thank you.
Kidigan sitni kekata kwat gat otam. Away si mawa tanis nabe. Di poin diwa pandar. Kiwe tabur kamega kinwe nawas kapi tisial. Kiwe chibri ganap damang. Biminik sa nit tabiroti merano sedan. Dimag isyo. Ipoa keske ya minagani ko na. Waps ke wate ganesan. Umin kwewen. Chipuni kwang. Biwe. Kinwen ganis na ya. Mano. Tebet kita sawain di min kama. Ika mana sitimen. Ika wi sitimen. Kwa tebo silnai kwang kwe kisiya ya minan. Na katam minik ke bu ai kagi kitui. Kagi semua ke kisiya ape we sewa. Ape ole nama kuan. Ke pagi demuan, haya soan ke gugan ego ta, sino eti otan. Sina ke gugan te pendang, kaja kawan te bang kaji ole sing. Tapi no ti menan, no senan tan kuk se kani nan. Nanti kenapa gus men, menit ke gu ke aku ini cekat siang. Jika mana kawin ke putuan nan, ketua mi kanang menit ke gu itu sih. Wiki ini kiwe ti jenis napa nan. Kamu kau nanti kita penuti, benar kita wes nak siang. Nak kemangit, memang ini nekar tu menit ke gu. Bunu kedua jangan. Itu men ke gu. Kaki selalu itu kan. Awi nu tawat itu wasu kalau kami kesewat di sini. Anak kami, kami menikah di kita, menikah teman kebu. Kalau satu di sini menikah kita.
Thank you, Director. Can I get the council to report to chambers, please? Council report to chambers, the chief, for a debrief. Thank you, everybody that came out. You all have a good day, safe travel, and be COVID safe.